Okay, Chair, we're ready to go.
Thank you. Call the hearing back to order. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Jay Griffin, Chair of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, and joined in attendance by my fellow commissioners virtually, Commissioner Jennifer Potter, Commissioner Leo Suncian, as well as our commission staff. Second day of our hearing for PUC docket number 2018-0088 related to Commission's investigation into performance-based regulation, or PBR. And we'll move right into the cost control panel for fossil fuel purchase power non-ARA costs. We'll start with presentations up to 15 minutes for each of the parties, beginning with Hawaiian Electric. And Mr. Young is the lead witness. See Mr. Aoki. Guys, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Griffin. I know Mr. Young is on the WebEx, so he should be starting soon.
Okay, I saw him earlier, Mr. Young.
I'm sorry. Am I being heard now? That's my mistake.
Yep.
Morning, commissioners and parties. Let me proceed with the summary. We are talking about the cost control area of concern with regard to the CSSM. The companies support the commission staff CSSM concept. That is the reduction of the sum of ECRC and PPAC and EPRM costs as a rewards-only shared savings opportunity to be earned if the CSSM metric is below a CSSM target, which is an adjusted base year value. The company's proposed form of the calculation of the CSSM is presented in narrative and spreadsheet calculations in the response to PUC HECO IR 83, filed on April 4th. The company proposes calendar 2021 as the base year for the determination of future year CSSM targets. The company's CSSM targets show the company's costs and differ from what is charged to customers in three respects. Fuel expenses are included at actual costs rather than based on allowed recovery under the ECRC provision. Non-adjustable component of the ECRC rate is excluded from the calculations, and revenue taxes, which are included in retail rates, are excluded from this calculation. If performance year CSSM costs are lower than the target, the adjusted base year value, for any Hawaiian Electric company, cost savings are proposed to be allocated as follows. The first $5 million in savings at Hawaiian Electric, the first $1 million in savings at Hawaii Electric Light, and the first $1 million in savings at Maui Electric are proposed to be allocated 20% to the company, 60% to all customers, and 20% reserved for an LMI assistance fund. For savings exceeding those respective company values, 5% to the company, 65% to all customers, and 30% reserved for an LMI assistance fund. The companies also propose that target heat rates for fuels at the Hawaiian Electric Company and Maui Electric Company that are subject to target heat rates and deadbands be reestablished automatically each year. The target heat rate for each calendar year is proposed to be equal to the target heat rate in effect for the prior calendar year, plus 1/2 of the difference between the target heat rate and actual heat rate performance for the prior calendar year. The company's proposed concept for fossil fuel intensity shared savings mechanism defines fossil fuel intensity as the MBTU of generation fossil fuel per total generation MWH and includes both utility fossil fuel and IPP fossil fuel. To implement this SSM, we need to establish a base year as the initial target to reduce fossil fuel intensity. This measure is calculated on a 5-island basis, and rewards are achieved only if fossil fuel intensity of the current year is lower than the prior lowest intensity, no matter what year. The value of the reward is the reduction in MBTU to MWH multiplied by the current year's weighted average cost per MBTU. The company's share is the percentage of the value of the reward. The companies note that if the company's proposed form of the CSSM is approved for implementation, it negates the need for the company's proposed fossil fuel intensity SSM. If the company's proposed CSSM is not adopted, or if no CSSM is approved, the companies propose that its fossil fuel intensity SSM be established with a small sharing percentage for the company, say 5 or 10%. Quickly, I'd like to address the Consumer Advocate's FSOP. Consumer Advocate recommends that the CSSM be specified on a symmetrical basis with both earnings incentives as penalties as possible outcomes. The companies oppose this recommendation. The Commission staff proposal on CSSM is a rewards-only mechanism, and as discussed in their response to CA HECO SIR 3 and repeated in our FSOP at page 112, the companies support a rewards-only CSSM that allows the companies to share in the cost savings that the companies create for customers. However, the companies are opposed to a CSSM mechanism with penalties. The companies should not be penalized for unsuccessful efforts to reduce CSSM calculated costs. Furthermore, any consideration of possible adjustment to ECRC, PPAC, and MPIR, EPRM cost recoveries are appropriately examined within their respective mechanisms and not through penalties assessed on CSSM performance. The companies note that in their response to PUC-IR 84, a CSSM with penalties would provide an incentive for the companies to refrain from implementing EPRM projects to avoid a penalty, which would eliminate or postpone the delivery of benefits of those projects to customers. The companies further clarify that it would rather have no CSSM than a symmetric CSSM with rewards and penalties. The companies note that the Consumer Advocate proposed that the CSSM should include a ratchet for incentive earnings so that the companies are only eligible to earn an incentive when total costs for a given year are lower than the total costs achieved in any previous year. The companies disagree because the total costs in CSSM are to a large extent influenced by fuel prices over which the companies do not have control. The company's CSSM proposal supports the Commission staff's concept, where a target CSSM amount is established in the performance year, and the target reflects market price adjustments for fuel costs and contract price adjustments for purchase power costs, so that the company's opportunity to achieve savings is neither advantaged or constrained by year-to-year changes in fuel prices and purchase power contract prices. The Consumer Advocate recommends that the Commission consider modifying the EPRM to eliminate the ability to recover the return on any capital investments through the EPRM. Under the recommended approach from the CA, the companies would continue to be able to recover EPRM eligible project costs as soon as the projects entered service. However, the companies would not be eligible to begin earning a return on EPRM costs until base rates were reset. The companies opposed this recommendation. The Consumer Advocate suggested this recommendation in its response to PUC-CAIR 23 subpart A, and in the company's FSOP at page 114, the company's response is that it would be inappropriate to prohibit recovery of a return on projects approved through the EPRM mechanism. The return on investment is a part of the cost of making the EPRM investment on behalf of customers and is a standard and normal cost recovery component that has been approved for all capital investments made to provide electric service to customers. The return on investment is the opportunity cost to the companies of funding the investment in the electric system infrastructure. The companies also disagree that there is an incentive to seek cost recovery under EPRM. In the response to PUC HECO IR 83 Part K, the companies note that they are not aware of a situation where the companies are able to choose among investment alternatives primarily or solely on a financial basis. The company's selection of an investment alternative, including those that must be brought forward for commission approval, is often a complex weighing of many factors, including service benefits, customer, societal, and environmental impacts. It is unrealistic and indeed would be a rare instance if the companies were able to choose between a CSSM savings benefit and an EPRM earnings opportunity through the primary or sole criteria of benefit to shareholders. With regard to Blue Planet's FSOP, the companies oppose Blue Planet's proposal to increase fossil fuel risk sharing percentage to 5%, with caps of 10 million for Hawaiian Electric and 1 million each for Maui Electric and Hawaii Electric Light. Blue Planet acknowledges that it previously made this proposal in phase 2 of this PBR docket, and the Commission has already rejected this proposal. Blue Planet has not provided any additional support for its proposal, and therefore it should not be considered further. With regard to Ulupono's FSOP, the companies note that Ulupono supports a reward-only CSSM and does not oppose the company's additional parameters proposed to implement the CSSM. Ulupono also finds the inclusion of the MPIR and EPRM in the CSSM, which is the Commission's staff concept and also the company's proposal, to be the most valuable, as the reduction of MPIR and EPRM costs is not currently incentivized elsewhere. Turning to the delivered fuel cost control mechanism, to ensure adequate fuel supply to meet the electricity demand of customers, the companies propose continuing their regular RFP process for longer-term fuel contracts, with contracts subject to Commission review and approval. With the recent acquisition of IAS's crude unit by PAR, there's now only one refinery in the state with one crude unit. Therefore, the most economic situation is likely to be a mutual relationship between the companies and the local refinery. The companies and the refinery should continue to work together to set pricing that is lower than the cost to import fuel to the state. The companies agree with Ulupono that accelerating the adoption of fixed-price renewables, which is the outcome targeted by the RPSA PIM, is a better way to reduce the impact of fuel price volatility on customers than a hedging strategy. Thank you for the opportunity to make this statement.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Consumer Advocate, Mr. Nishina.
Aloha and good morning again, Chair, Commissioners, members of the Commission, and other parties. Again, Dean Nishina with the Division of Consumer Advocacy. I guess I should thank Mr. Young for summarizing many of our positions, so I won't have to go into that myself. I will point out, I think, again, we support the Commission's innovative concept of having a conjunctive shared savings mechanism. And I would like to emphasize, the way the Commission described it in the staff proposal was from a person at the bus stop perspective, trying to get a situation where the companies would be rewarded when rates go down. So the proposals that we have offered, especially the ratchet provision, was consistent with that, because we think it would be unfair to consumers if we were to possibly have a mechanism that would result in rewards to the company if rates actually don't go down, where again, depending on say perspective where the rates are the same in two consecutive years, but were lower than the target year, the rates actually aren't going down at that point. They're lower than the target year, but they haven't gone down. So should the company get rewards for that? Um, and again, we support the notion of the CSSM. The proposal to exclude the EPRM was consistent with the notion of having a symmetrical reward and penalty system, because the concern that we were trying to address was if it gets to a point where the companies may not be able to earn the reward, would the company still make it a concerted effort or reasonable effort to avoid even higher prices without some aspect of having a penalty if rates were to go up too excessively? So that was the whole purpose of having the symmetrical proposal and excluding the EPRM because of the lumpy nature of the that mechanism, where an investment in 1 year doesn't necessarily provide a good indication of whether or not a similar level of investment for an EPRM eligible project would be necessary. So if the commission may consider a symmetrical incentive, I think again, the EPRM should be excluded for now until we have more experience, until we can determine whether there's a better mechanism to impose cost control incentives for the company. So again, we urge the commission to consider implementing a CSSM, but also consider whether or not, the end result, that being customer rates actually going down, will be fulfilled by any form of a mechanism. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to offer these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Next, turning to Blue Planet, Mr. Moriwaki.
Aloha and good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff, and parties. So on this area of concern, Blue Planet is open to the CSSM, supporting concept, and we defer to the Commission on the details. Now, cost control of non-ARA costs is really the unfinished business from the previous phases and really previous proceedings. The CSSM may not be the perfect or complete solution for these issues, but we recognize it's something. Other parties, including the consumer advocate Unu Pono, have raised concerns that the CSSM may not be sufficient to overcome the capital bias for EPRM projects. And this is a legitimate concern, although I'm not sure if the solution is then to omit the EPRM projects from the CSSM. If the EPRM projects are included in the CSSM, then at least the utility has some incentive to think twice before reaching for the EPRM option, to the extent that the EPRM option may tend to be more inflated because it includes a utility rate of return, so it eats up more space under the CSSM cap. If the EPRM is excluded, there's no cost control incentive at all. EPRM just becomes an exception to the CSSM as well as the ARA. In any event, whether EPRM is included in the CSSM or not, we shouldn't stop there and just assume and hope that the CSSM incentive is sufficient to override the capital bias. Rather, we emphasize that incentives should be combined with shoring up the regulatory guidelines for EPRM. And Blue Planet invested substantial effort and care along these lines in refining the EPRM guidelines. This was attached as Exhibit B to our Phase 2 initial statement of position, and we continue to recommend that this commission adopt such guidelines, such improvements to the guidelines, to align and fully integrate EPRM with the PBR regime, rather than leave it as simply an exception to PBR as it stands now. And right now, from a regulatory guideline perspective, EPRM, it's acronyms. EPRM is simply a COSR, a cost of service regulation carve-out in PBR. And Blue Planet maintains that this should be corrected or better controlled. Now, on fossil fuel incentives, Blue Planet continues to support a PIM or shared savings mechanism targeting the reduction of either total fossil fuel use or fossil fuel intensity. Really, you can boil down the entire impetus for this additional post-DNO phase to the need to get off of fossil fuels expeditiously. And that's the same overarching goal that's driven all our collective work over the past decade and going forward to 2045, the bottom line of our 100% renewable mandate and our decarbonization commitment. Now, the CSSM includes fossil fuels in its combined pool of costs, but doesn't target fossil fuel reliance specifically. A fossil fuel PIM can also complement the RPSA PIM. Contrary to what we all may intuitively assume, the data from HECO's IR response on this issue, which we compiled in our table in our final statement of position, shows that fossil fuel intensity is not simply the mirror image or inverse of our RPS progress. In fact, over the last 10 years, the RPS percentage steadily increased and almost tripled for the companies combined, but fossil fuel intensity actually increased for many of the years, and on a consolidated basis, we're almost exactly at the exact same place where we were 10 years ago on fossil fuel intensity. So I'm interested in what's going on there, but the upshot is that we should at least be tracking this metric. I think that's obvious. And it'll also make sense to incorporate an incentive on this outcome in our portfolio. Blue Planet, through Mr. Binns, has recommended discontinuing the legacy heat rate incentive. And he's advocated that back from the decoupling and reexamination docket and the last 3 rate cases. Now, I realize letting go is always hard. I come from a family of hoarders on my mom's side, but it just makes more sense than ever at this point. Instead of spending more time and administrative effort tweaking and nursing that mechanism, let's just move on to a consolidated fossil fuel metric that gives utility max flexibility in shifting from fossil to renewable. And finally, although Ron Binns can't be here, he's with us in spirit, and he sends his regards and reminds us that now would be a good time to adopt his full recommendation on the ECRC cost and risk sharing mechanism of a still modest 5% sharing by the utility. As many have been saying, we're all in this together, and that should include sharing in the risks and burdens of fossil fuel reliance to remind us of our overriding imperative to get off the stuff ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Next is Ulupono Initiative.
Good morning, Chair Doug Kotiga, outside counsel. Permission to share slides?
Yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm getting an error. This is cannot share content unless the host or co-host presenter makes you a presenter. Sorry about that. Did not foresee that coming up.
Try it again, Doug. Thanks.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, aloha everyone and good morning. I'm going to go through a few prepared slides, and then I just made some notes during the prior presentations, and I'll briefly address sort of a few responsive points to what I've heard from other parties at the end of the slides rather than try to work it in. Next slide, please. Okay, so it's probably been pretty clear to most parties that initially Ulupono had a number of concerns with the proposed CSSM. Over time, the proposal has been improved and clarified, and so now we're to the point where we do generally support the adoption of a CSSM incentive to reducing non-ARA costs as an upside-only incentive. While the incentive is partially duplicative, the comprehensive inclusion of all those non-ARA costs is attractive. That side of it is good. To be clear, the fuel reduction is already incentivized by a modified RPSA. The reduced PPA costs are presently incentivized by RFP-specific shared savings mechanisms, but certainly a CSSM in the manner that it's proposed could do the same thing on a portfolio basis. The main thing that's uncovered by incentives, which is the way I often think about incentives, is EPRM and MPIR projects. So that's unaddressed, and having that included is, I believe, attractive. Next slide. So we do generally support the company's suggested parameters. We had a pretty close look at those, although there are a few exceptions. We would propose that actual escalation rates, and perhaps the company's position has changed on this. I didn't note the change. If I missed it, I apologize. But we just prefer that actual escalation rates, where they exist in power purchase agreements, should be used rather than inflation for adjustments. Or a possible consideration is to use the lower of contractual escalation or inflation, which would provide an incentive to negotiate lower escalation rates when negotiating PPAs. If the heat rate incentive remains within ECRC, then the CSSM could be based on actual heat rates. And so the way I think about that is there's no need to put the same incentive in two different places. It's sort of doubling up. If we have that incentive for efficiency within the ECRC, then it seems fair to have the CSSM based on actual heat rates, since actual improvements are beneficial, even if it's not passed on to the ratepayers. If efficiency improves, fossil fuel intensity goes down, greenhouse gas emissions goes down, and we shouldn't just ignore that and pretend that it doesn't matter. Next slide, please. So we've pointed out in some length in one of our IR responses that the CSSM would weaken but not eliminate the capital bias in MPIR and EPRM projects, assuming those are included. The return to the utility net of the cost of debt and taxes declines over time with net asset value. I think we all understand that. But that means you've got a time-varying break-even point at which the utility would be indifferent between getting returns on an EPRM project versus not doing the project and finding a way to save money and get the CSSM incentive. Since we do think certainly that between now and 100% renewable energy, some EPRM projects will be needed. We also talked about resilience a fair amount yesterday. Probably need something there at some point. Given that we do need some EPRM projects, completely eliminating the capital bias would seem to be unwise. We do want some incentive to do those projects. And then I just made this point through our IR response through an example that looked at a notional $100 million EPRM project. And I won't go through all these numbers, but it was looking at 20-year straight line depreciation, looking at allowed returns and cost of debt and so forth. Let's just go to that last slide, Doug. And this is just extracting a few of the key columns out of that PUC Ulupono IR15 response, which has the full spreadsheet for those that want to play with it. But essentially it looks at that $100 million project, the total amount that's charged to ratepayers, and the amount the utility actually gets to keep after taxes and the cost of debt, and the percentage on that far right column of what the utility actually gets to keep after as a percentage of what's charged to ratepayers. That kind of shows you what the point of indifference would be, financially speaking only, of course, between returns on an EPRM project and savings, shared savings through a CSSM. And you can see in this particular example, it starts at 38.7% sharing to be break even or to be indifferent, but then at the end it ends up around 5% of sharing. So if we had that 20% sharing level, just as an example proposed by Hawaiian Electric, you'd be undercompensating the utility for the first 15 years as compared to this project and the returns they could gather, and overcompensating them, if you will, for the last 5 years. And so I don't want to make too much of that. It's just a little bit of an exercise to look at how the capital bias can be weakened. It cannot and likely should not be eliminated, but just wanted to show how that works in terms of what it does to weaken, again, but not eliminate the capital bias. Just a few final comments based on some things I heard from the parties in their presentations. The comment from the companies about the companies being unable to choose between an EPRM project and maybe a project that would be a PPAC or an ECRC project, some sort of contracted project. Technically, that's true, but it's also misleading. It's a bit of a red herring. Yes, we all understand they can't make that choice based on that issue alone, But I think there's a lot of examples we might think of where you have the choice of building something yourself or buying it or contracting with someone else to build something. And if you have a strong incentive to get a return versus just pass through costs for which you get no return, then there will be a tendency to prefer EPRM over a project that could feasibly be done under a PPAC or ECRC type recovery, or sorry, pass through, not recovery. So true statement, but not particularly helpful. On the idea of a ratchet, I think was from the consumer advocate. If there was a ratchet, now Ulupono doesn't presently support one, but if there was a ratchet to be put in place in which to get rewards, you'd have to beat all prior year comparative, total CSSM covered prices or costs, then that ratchet would have to include, as the utility sort of suggested, normalization for fuel prices across the entire horizon. So right now, my understanding is you're doing this in pairs of years. You're comparing the current year to the target or the year you're trying to beat. And presently, the structure is that you do normalize those pairs of years. But if you're looking back over 5 or 10 years with this ratchet idea to make sure you've beaten all the past years, the only way you could feasibly do that and have it not include a lot of things the utility cannot control is to have the fuel prices normalized across that entire horizon. So again, we're not supporting a ratchet, but just want to make clear that unless this is going to be a random number generator from the volatility of fuel prices, if there's a ratchet, you have to normalize fuel prices across the entire horizon being considered. The last additional point I wanted to make was we're supporting upside only. If the commission did decide to put a downside into the CSSM, then we would end up agreeing in that particular case with the consumer advocate that EPRM would have to be excluded. And the reason for that, I think the consumer advocate went over that, is you don't want to penalize the utility for doing EPRM projects that need to happen. And if you have a downside, you're basically forced to remove the EPRM. And while that might work, we prefer upside only and the EPRM included, because if you take out the EPRM, you lose the opportunity to at least weaken that capital bias. And we think weakening it and getting the playing field a little bit closer to level is worth it to stick with the upside only and including the EPRM rather than downside and not including the EPRM. So just want to be clear on those final points, and that does conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Next up we have, but I don't think you had proposed to be a witness, DER parties.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Don't worry, your turn's coming up soon. Thanks. Light for the Land is next, Mr. Curtis.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and parties. Life for
Sorry,
Land
Mr. Curtis, it's a little faint.
Is this better?
That's better. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and parties. Life for Land supports the Ulupono position. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. And just checking on the city and county of Honolulu. County of Hawaii.
Mac Wadaker from County of Hawaii. We don't have any comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Given the time, we're going to move straight into the panel questions. So I'll ask for the lead witnesses of the panel to identify yourselves, and if you have a full panel, please identify the other witnesses. So starting with Hawaiian Electric, Mr. Young.
Good morning. Yes, I am the lead witness for Hawaiian Electric, and on our panel are Bob Eisler, Nick Paisley, Dean Matsuura, Jeremy Kwok, and Joe Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Next is a consumer advocate.
Good morning, Dean Nishina, lead witness, and then with me I have Tim Wolf with Synapse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Blue Planet.
Isaac Moriwaki for Blue Planet.
Thank you. Light for the Land.
Henry Curtis for Life of the Land.
Okay. For all the witnesses, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commission staff, Mr. Kayatsu, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all of you on the panel. Thank you for joining us again today, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. My first set of questions are going to be directed towards Hawaiian Electric. So, Mr. Young, I'll address them to you, and then please we can take it from there. And these are going to be pertaining to Hawaiian Electric's response to PUC HECO IR 83, specifically the table provide an attachment to it. And just to give you some context, the commission appreciates all the work that the companies have done providing this model of the CSSM results, and we just want to make sure we're properly interpreting the results provided therein. I do note that there was some confidential information built into it, so I've tried to word my questions such that we can avoid implicating that, but please let me know if we're straying too close to that area. Could you please confirm that the inputs for the years 2015 through 2021 are based on actual realized amounts?
That is correct.
Thank you. And could you also confirm that the inputs for the years 2022 through 2026 are based on projections and the results of production cost modeling?
Yes, the results for years 2022 through 2026 are based on projections, based on what we call a production simulation modeling for that particular year. Yes.
Thank you. And the various model inputs used to generate the tables in the response to IR 83 attachment 2 are documented in the accompanying Excel version of the company's response that you provided?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. For the Oahu system in particular, could you please confirm that for the year 2021, the AES coal plant is assumed to be in operation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then that for the years after 2022 and after, the coal plant is assumed to not operate?
That let me ask Jeremy Kwok to respond. There's AES is excluded for part of the year 2022. Jeremy, can you be precise on that for us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Young. So AES is excluded completely for 2023 through 2026, and it's included as a partial year for 2022. I believe it goes through August.
Thank you for that clarification. Can you also confirm that for the years starting in 2022 and increasingly thereafter, new renewable energy generation projects added to ecosystem produce increasing amounts of energy production?
I believe that's correct. Mr. Kwok, we can confirm that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I guess interpreting this, is it accurate to say that compared with the results in the 2021 proposed base year that the companies have made, the CSSM results in the response you provided show in the later years, starting in 2023 and thereafter, are driven in large part by the retirement of the AES generation unit and the addition of these new amounts of renewable energy?
Yes, the calculations for Oahu for those years reflect that feature, no AES and additional renewable energy.
Okay, thank you. Similarly, I want to switch just to make sure I'm understanding a few things about the HELCO system. So regarding the HELCO system for the year 2021, it looks like PGV has substantially increased production compared to the previous years, 2018 through 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And PGV production increases further after the year 2021?
Mr. Kwok, can you confirm that?
Yes, I believe that's forecasted.
Okay, thank you. And the assumed pricing for PGV changes starting in the year 2024 and thereafter?
Yes, that was how it was modeled.
Okay. And also, again, just similarly confirming that for the years, let's see, 2022 and increasingly thereafter, new renewable energy generation projects are assumed to be added to Helco's system and produce increasing amounts of energy.
Yes, the forecast reflects that. The forecast represented in the production simulation reflects that.
Okay, so again, taking all this into account, is it accurate to say that compared with the results of, again, the Hawaiian Electric's proposed 2021 base year, the IR response modeling results show that in later years, the results are driven in large part by the changes provided by the increase in PGV and the addition of other new renewable energy projects?
Yes, the results of the production simulations forecast do reflect the changes in the PGV contract and addition of renewables.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Young. I appreciate you walking me through that. This next question that I would like to ask is going to be to all the parties on the panel. So I think I'll lay out the premise and the question, and then maybe if folks could just raise their hands, I'll call on them in, I guess, the order that I can see them coming. So as has been described in the staff proposal as well as throughout this proceeding, the CSSM is a shared savings mechanisms, and one of the important details that needs to be determined is the sharing percentage that would determine the amount of the CSM metric that would accrue to the companies. I believe so far in this proceeding, the Hawaiian Electric Companies have proposed a specific shared savings percentage and a distribution method. I believe most recently set forth in their final statement of position. In addition, in response to an information request, I believe Ulupono has provided an analysis of what shared savings percentage would offset capital bias regarding the EPRM. So my question that I would put out to this panel is, other than Hawaiian Electric's proposed shared saving percentage proposal and Ulupono's analysis, have any of the other parties provided a recommended shared savings percentage or any analysis regarding a shared savings percentage that would be appropriate for the SSM? Isaac?
Yeah, just for the record and to clarify, Blue Planet is taking a position on those details at this time and defers to the commission, as we stated.
All right, thank you, Isaac. All right, thank you. No response is also an answer, so I'm going to assume that that's satisfactory, and I'll move on to my next question. Oh, sorry, Mr. Viola.
Just if I may comment, it was in Ulupono's presentation, and Mr. Kayotsu, you just referenced again a CapEx bias in EPRM, and I'm a little confused by that. Just my understanding, I think all of our understanding is EPRM is not limited to CapEx investments. It also covers service or non-CapEx investments. So I think I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page there. I guess what Ulupono perhaps is talking to is maybe an investment bias, an investment above ARA bias. I can understand that, but it's not limited to capital investments.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Viola. Anything else from this panel on this question? Okay, well, I'm going to move on then. Thank you. This next question is for the consumer advocate. So, Mr. Nishina, I'm going to direct this to you. I want to follow up on something that I heard in your panel presentation. I believe there in your presentation, I think it was in the context of responding to Hawaiian Electric's presentation, but you made you made a statement about regarding your proposal to, or your current position to exclude EPRM from the CSSM, and I believe you said it was made in the context of your other recommendation that the CSSM be symmetrical, that is, involve both rewards and penalties. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Kayatsu. Yes, the proposal to exclude the EPRM was in the context of also the proposal to have the CSSM be asymmetrical rather than just rewards only?
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So if the CSSM were to be asymmetrical, that is, it rewards only as was originally proposed in the staff proposal, would the consumer advocate still have the same concerns regarding inclusion of the EPRM?
Yeah, so if the commission is choosing to implement a one-sided or asymmetrical CSSM where it's only rewards only, then at that point we wouldn't recommend that the EPRM be left out from that particular form of the incentive. It should be included. I would also note, if I can, just to point out, one, there are still some cost control. There's some ability for the commission and our office to have some cost control, not mechanism, excuse me, some efforts, because to the extent the company is requesting approval of a EPRM eligible project, we can review the reasonableness of the project costs. Similarly, when the company is requesting the ability to have approval of, say, a PPA, where those costs may be found in either the ECRC or the PPAT or a fuel contract, which would be flowing through the ECRC. Again, there is some effort to do that. The question is whether or not, is the intent of the CSSM to largely displace those efforts or to supplement them. So I just kind of wanted to add that little notion. I'm sorry. Yeah, and if I can, Mr. Wolf, you have anything to add to that?
Yes, hi. Thanks for giving me a chance to chime in. There's one point that wasn't made earlier by Mr. Nishina about why a symmetrical PIM makes sense, and that is the ARA mechanism is symmetrical. And if we have one that's not symmetrical and one that is, then you're just creating inconsistent incentives. And the more that they can be consistent, the better. So that's just another reason that hasn't been mentioned yet as to why it makes sense to keep them symmetrical.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wolf, and thank you for your response as well, Mr. Nishina. Chair, I have no further questions for this panel. Thank you all to the panelists. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. We'll now turn to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Sunstein.
Chair, I have no questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have no questions for this panel. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Thank you as well. I just have a few. I think the first one is for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, maybe if you need a minute, I'm looking at the company's final statement of position, page 108, and it's in the section talking about the CSSM, and you talk about, on that page, sorry, I don't have it up to share, but it talks about 4 different implementation parameters. Do you have that reference in front of you? I think these are 4 proposed modifications that the companies had made.
I do have that. Thank you.
Okay. I think I follow, or if you can, I guess, if you can just quickly summarize the 4, I think I understand numbers 1, 3, and 4, but if you could focus particularly on number 2 that talks about creating the fuel market proxy moving into the future, but maybe if you can just, for me at least, summarize the 4, but then further explain the details on number 2.
Okay, so thank you for that opportunity to summarize. So these 4 implementation parameters, number 1 proposes 2021 calendar year as the base year. Number 2 talks about how you adjust the target when a fuel that in the target or performance year is no longer used, but was used in the base year. And we'll get into that a little bit more. For number 3, we talk about purchase power expenses, and that what we're trying to say is that there should be in the target year a matching of the purchase power contractual escalation or fixed costs to the performance year. In other words, we don't allow, or our calculation does not allow inflation or any other escalation on purchase power to create an artificial difference between the target calculation for the performance year and the actual value in the performance year, the actual price. And then number 4, of course, is our proposed sharing percentages that we have described in our IR response, and details are particularly laid out here. If I can go back to number 2, Chair.
Actually, that was perfect. Maybe before we get to number 2, what was the, can you further explain the basis for selecting 2021 as the base year?
2021, we have a description of that basis in our response to PUC IR 83 Part D. And let me grab that for us really quickly. Thank you for your patience. In Part D, we note that we're basically saying that the 2021 is the most current year, and it represents the most current operation of the company's systems on all 3 islands.
Okay, I'll thank you for that. And then if we can move to number 2 on the fuel, I understand that it's proposing how to deal with upcoming fuel switches.
Yes, we are saying that let's say if there's a let me do this by way of example, and we have this illustrated in our calculations in the spreadsheets in IR 83. We're saying, what do you do for the determination of the target year CSS, the target for CSSM, when a fuel that was used in the base year is no longer used in the target year? For example, let's say in a future year, we no longer use IFO fuel on Maui because we don't have, we've shut down the Kahului power plant, but IFO was included in Maui in the base year. We're saying that we'll use a proxy relationship. So let's say we're continuing to use Maui diesel fuel in this future year. We'll go back and take the ratio of diesel fuel to IFO fuel in the last year that we purchased both fuels under contract, whether it was 1 or 2 years ago. And we'll take that ratio and apply that to the current target year's price of diesel and use that to calculate a proxy price for IFO in the target year. And then the value for IFO in the target year will be that proxy price, of course, multiplied by the usage of IFO in the base year. I hope that helps.
That helps. So, I mean, you're basically trying to scale that same relationship into the future year.
Yes, by using a historical ratio, and you need one part of that ratio still exists in the current year.
Okay, I have to give that some more. What I mean, the fuel supply contracts would contemplate that switch, though, correct?
In our illustration, we are using the production simulations, so they have it's our fuel price forecast that's embedded in the illustration. To your point, in the future, we'd be basing this calculation on actual contract fuel prices. So
But I mean,
Yeah.
if I understand it right, the timing of that switch is known today, correct?
The timing of that switch is illustrated or forecast in our particular illustrations. The timing of that switch depends on the actual retirement of the Maui Kahului plants in this illustration, and that was subject of discussion yesterday. So it's contemplated, but I don't think it's known with absolute certainty.
Okay, is Kahului the only unit affected, or any of the units on the Big Island?
We're saying that this is the concept that we would apply to any fuel that in a future year is no longer used but was used in the base year. So it could include any of the apply to any of the fossil fuels on any of the islands as we stop using them.
Okay, and just generally speaking, the need to do this is because generally that fuel switch, the new fuel would be higher cost. So this would be readjusting.
I'm sorry, Chair, I should have said that at the outset. The proposal that the commission has made, with which we agree, is to adjust target years to reflect current fuel prices. This particular adjustment that we're discussing becomes necessary in a future year where we
Because the
determine
fuel
the
switches,
target.
I get it's not the same.
There's no fuel under contract for us to use in the calculation.
Okay, no, thanks for the explanation. That's helpful. My other set of questions have to do on the subject of fuel supply. There were it was touched on briefly, and I'm going to be careful here because this is the subject of at least two open dockets. But if we look at page 125, and I believe it was in the summary discussion and is highlighted here. So I think these questions are for Mr. Eisler and maybe Mr. Paisley. But there's a sentence here at the bottom. With the recent acquisition, IES's crude unit by PAR, there's now only one refinery in the state with one crude unit. Therefore, the most economic situation is likely to be a mutual relationship between the companies and the local refinery. Not to bring up old sore wounds, but that relationship cost us fairly significantly in the recent past. So what I'm talking about is the amendment of that contract back in 2020. And so we're talking about, or I just want to be, I mean, there was no discussion of that here, but that was not a good situation for anyone in the state and particularly for customers. What I infer overall from what is discussed here is basically to continue the status quo relationship with that supplier and the method of acquisition of the fuel supply. Is that a fair, I mean, what you're saying is to do the frequent or semi-frequent RFPs. I think the concern is that the competitiveness of that market. I know we've talked about this before, but particularly with the supplier, given that experience, and let's also be honest, I think until recently, the supplier was actually using fuel from Russia. So let's be clear about what we've been paying for and what this relationship has gotten for us so far. So I just want to add, is what I read here basically a discussion that the company's plan is to continue with the status quo?
So I can take that to start with. If what we're saying is status quo is going out and testing the market and seeing what's the best price that we can get in the market, then that's what we're saying that we should do. If there is a better option in the market than going with the local refinery, then we will do so. Till now, there has not been, and it's so we'll continue to explore ways to find what the best way to get the lowest market price for our customers will be.
But we know that market is one company controls the refinery assets as well as the import infrastructure.
Well, that's true. So we'll continue to explore to see if there are other options, considering, including importing fuel. With the way things are in the market today, that has not been the case. And we can't create a new market. We can create opportunities for other people to have import. We have options for that now. We'll continue to look for options that make that even easier for others to import. But the best way to get a fuel contract is, in our opinion, is to go out and test the market through requests for proposals. And to the extent that we can make it easier for other people to compete in that market, we should do so.
Is that what's contemplated here?
Well, I think what's contemplated here is we're just saying that we'll continue to go through doing RFPs. I think that's the proper way to do it, and I think having the 3-year contracts is appropriate at this point too, because that'll allow us to explore options more often.
Can you at least agree on the experience that we dealt with the amended contract, that was significantly costly to customers?
Well, I can agree that that the amendment is more costly to customers than the original contract. I don't agree.
How much?
But I do also believe that the amendment
Mr. Eisler,
is
how much more expensive?
Let me finish my statement first. And I do believe that that first amendment is still lower than any other option that we have at the moment. I do not know exactly how much. I'd have to go back and look. But
I think
roughly
the estimate
10%.
in the docket was $160 million over the 2 years.
Okay. I'm not denying that. All I'm telling you is that there is no other lower cost option that we know of at the moment. We will continue to explore ways to get the lowest cost option for our customers, and that would be through import, if anything. To date, import has not proved to be a lower cost option.
Are there any other avenues or let me just, as I understand, the companies are the largest buyer, particularly for the fuel oil. Largest buyer in the state. Is that correct?
Correct. I think we are the single largest customer of the refinery.
Okay. Are there any other avenues, mechanisms you're using to take advantage of that buying power on behalf of customers?
Well, that's what we do when we negotiate contracts with whoever it is.
We just had a contract that they broke the terms with.
Correct. Once again, we had a contract. Things changed in the world. The alternative to negotiating the contract was likely the refinery going out of business, which almost certainly would have increased the price of fuel to our customers even more than it did through the amended contract that we had.
And what is being done here to try and neutralize that threat in the future?
As I said, we'll continue to look for ways to import fuel that would be lower cost than getting it from the local refinery. We have looked at that through all of our previous RFPs. In this last RFP, we had entities that, other than the local refinery, that bid for fuels such as diesel. All of those were higher than the refinery's cost, which is why we selected the refinery for the new contract. So to date, other options have not proved to be lower cost. We will continue like I said, to try to make it easier for other entities to bring in fuel. To date, bringing in fuel has not been a lower cost option, and it has not been because of the inability to import it. It's been because of the nature of the market and what the refinery can provide oil for, the price that they can provide for versus other people importing it.
Okay, I'll just say it one more, and it's still the same company that owns that certain points of that import infrastructure as the company that owns the refining assets.
Correct. They do own it. We have the right to use it to import fuel.
Through a service agreement or the contract, correct?
Correct. Through various contracts, yes.
Okay. I'll just offer, given that painful experience, it's hard to have confidence in the future of maintaining relationship with the same entity, or we should be wary about what may happen again in the future. Or that's my concern sitting here as somebody who's had to sign off on that agreement amendment under duress. So I would hope that that concern is shared.
It is.
Okay, with that, that's the last of my questions. Thank you all here on the panel. Appreciate the significant work that the Hawaiian Electric team's done in reviewing and putting forward the details on the proposed mechanism. Thank you all for your work on that. Thank you for the other panelists for your feedback and vetting as well. With that, we'll take let's say almost 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:15. We'll move into the last panel. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna have the folks for the next panel. It's like we've got, there we go. Okay, we'll resume with the hearing. And our next panel is up for expedient utilization of grid services from demand-side resources. And starting with the party presentations, again, for everyone, please up to 15 minutes. And we'll start with Hawaiian Electric. Thank you.
For the opening remarks from Hawaiian Electric, we would like to summarize our final statement of position. For the grid services PIM, we proposed extending the interim grid services by 12 months. From now till then, we will continue to report on the status, update, and provide available information so that we can create the committed long-term grid services PIM that we're looking for. And the point that we want to emphasize that the companies are committed to utilizing these grid services as they become available. Going back a little bit in history to docket 2007-0341, 2014, a policy statement was issued by the Commission that asked the companies to look into, evaluate the third-party model and a market approach. Since then, the company has focused on developing a contract, doing a procurement, and sought a definition of discrete grid services market and tried to acquire cost-effective grid resource since then. The first RFP was done in 2015, and since then, that first one did not have an independent observer, but the follow-on second and third RFPs did have an independent observer overseeing our process, selecting these aggregators. When we talk about market models, third-party models, the responsibility of aggregators through a contract we named Grid Service Purchase Agreement, also known as GSPA. The aggregators are responsible for the entire process, which is the customer enrollment, enabling whatever system they need to install, whether it's a gateway or inverter or direct load control device. They need to deliver the kilowatts and under the contracted amount that they have service for however many grid services that they've committed for. The aggregators typically does rely on other subcontractors like the DER providers to assist them with the marketing and enrolling of the customers into these programs. Unfortunately, through the pandemic, the aggregators and the subcontract DER providers were hindered by the pandemic and was not fully able to gain momentum as we were hoping to see. So in the last few years, it's amazing that we started this journey in 2014, but in terms of the GSPAs that have been approved by the Commission, we have yet to really have an opportunity to operate in a what we would like to call a typical business environment. As mentioned earlier, aggregators are typically responsible for all enrollments, but this is an urgent time, and we need to change that, and we are committed to assisting the various aggregators with their enrollment. So the first step is we're trying to work with them to get out of the force majeure situation, whether it's adjusting the contractual timelines, the ramping schedule and whatnot. We are renegotiating with the GSPA contracts to match to the battery bonus program that's in existence. The Commission did issue an order a few weeks ago that such renegotiation, the new GSPA must be cost effective. So we are working to incorporate that. And the last item is the Commission has also asked us to submit a education plan of how are we going to educate our customers on what is a grid service, what is GSPA, what is the responsibility of a customer in doing so. So that is due next week. And the DER Parties Solar Association has helped us. We met together and we discussed what are different ways we can develop this productive education plan that is not limited to grid service purchase agreement, but perhaps also connecting the dots with battery bonus, as well as the incoming program of bring your own device. So we really appreciate the parties' inputs in that. As such, we hope to see, we are seeing the pandemic slowing down. We do hope to see this year that GSPA gets to operate in its full and gain its momentum before we apply any penalties for consideration. We sought for extension of the 12 months because we would like to see more data. We have limited experience for the GSP aggregators delivering grid services, and we would like to see through that and be able to do the proper EMV with our consultant to validate what are the different operational performance that is being done by these aggregators, the customer experience, and provide that as an input to the long-term grid service PIN. And of course, we're not limited to GSPA for the long-term grid service PIN. Battery bonus may come into play as well as to bring your own device. So we sought for data collection and understanding of that knowledge. Again, the companies are committed to utilizing these grid services. We have, last year, we did test these resources while they were still low in enrollment. We still used those resources and trying to understand how they're performing. And in terms of there was a mention of core capabilities in the DER party's suggestion of providing perhaps a penalty on not meeting the core capabilities. We would like to use this opportunity to say that we do have a core capability. As an example, a demand response management system, also known as distributed energy resource management system, shortened to DERMS. We do have that tool in place that communicates with OpenADR 2.0b protocol. That protocol was decided back in 2015, and as the market industry matured, we worked with the parties to identify that the IEEE 2030.5 perhaps is the next good protocol for the DERMS to incorporate so that there can be a direct end device communication to that effect. And the company responded by doing an RFP on that last year. We selected the vendors and started the planning process to implement that in time for next year's bring your own device. At this time, the company disagrees that applying a penalty for core capabilities is in the right interest, as for one, we're not entirely sure which of the core capabilities are being sought after. And this is a dynamic world we live in where we are committed to executing all of the necessary updates that we do, whether that's SAP or EMS or even our CIT platform. No question we're committed to. But there may be a new program that may emerge that may have a precedence of taking priorities and whatnot. So we really do not want to have that penalty hindering our prioritization to deliver the right product at the right time. I mentioned data collection. Part of that is the operational experience too. This resource, when achieved, will be significant amount that will be providing both capacity and reliability type of grid service, such as fast frequency response. We are eager to learn how this resource can provide these discrete grid services so that we can learn the best way to utilize them accordingly. So, and depending on this resource to provide FFR, and then of course the capacity hand in hand, and that experience will allow us to gain better ways to assess what is the long-term usage of these resources before we make the changes to adding more grid services and whatnot. And in terms of other parties commenting regarding this request for proposal for extending for 12 months, Ulupono has agreed. We had some party support where Ulupono did agree that that might be a good, reasonable approach. And Life of Land, who supports the Ulupono's position, would naturally be in that side. And then Consumer Advocate did agree that maybe better metrics and data is needed, and once they are available, it may be acceptable to extend the current programmatic PIM for that duration. In closing, the commission, the company's proposed to extend the PIM by 12 months to end December 31st of 2023. In that meantime, we are committed to working with the aggregators, the DR providers to get the participation going with enablement. We'll collect the data, validate it, and present it to publicly, and so that we can gain the necessary operation experience. And also in parallel, we also will learn more about how Battery Bonus is doing and prepare for our Bring Your Own Device programs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yo. Next is the consumer advocate, Mr. Nishina.
Thank you very much, Chair. To start, again, we'd like to express our appreciation for the Commission's attention to this matter. I think in earlier phases of the docket number 2018-0088, we raised the need for the Commission to consider whether or not there are appropriate metrics and or incentives for the company to efficiently utilize all resources, whether it's utility scale or DER resources. And, we believe there's still a continued need to have that examination. So along those lines, specific to the staff proposal, we did express some concerns with the notion of imposing a penalty only as it relates to the GSPA resources from the standpoint that, imposing such a penalty at this time without understanding the potential impact could actually unintentionally select winners and losers amongst the various programs. So, we have encouraged some caution there. And as it relates to the performance incentive mechanism to encourage, efficient use of the DER resources, again, we support that notion, but we encourage the Commission to consider whether there are adequate metrics in place at this time to evaluate whether or not the DER resources are being used efficiently. And until we have that information, it may be a little premature to adopt any type of incentive mechanism because it would be less than clear as it relates to, again, what an appropriate target would be and the measurement of the company's efficient use of those resources. And again, we emphasize that such attention should be for all resources and not just the DER resources. As summarized by Yo, we did express concerns with the company's proposal to extend the existing interim mechanism, which is basically more of a input-oriented rather than an output-oriented mechanism. But if the Commission is inclined to consider the recommended extension of that particular mechanism, we do encourage the Commission to consider, again, whether or not there are adequate metrics in place so that when these resources are signed up to earn the interim incentive mechanism, that we're in a good place to evaluate whether or not those resources are being efficiently utilized. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to offer these comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Next up is Blue Planet, Mr. Moriwaki.
So this area of concern is another one of those long-standing and languishing problems. Be one of the bigger ones of the whole lot in terms of how long it's been dragging on. So we stand on our statement of the problem set forth in our preliminary statement of position and summarized here. Mr. Kawanami went back in history a little, and yes, the need to optimize demand-side resources goes back to really the 90s and the original IRP framework. Then more recently, IRP, RSWG, PSIP, and now IGP, LMNOP. So along the way, we got the PDFA, the Hawaii Energy, the inclinations, and now this performance-based proceeding. But despite the foundational importance of this demand-side resources issue, this is the only area of concern in which the companies aren't really proposing anything, as far as I can tell, other than wait and see until maybe GSPA enrollments reach some level, some threshold level of aggregate size, at which point the companies will then figure out how to integrate DERs into their system. As we've emphasized, such an approach is bound to maintain status quo inertia. We join in the DER parties' proposals, therefore, particularly making sure the companies are accountable for necessary process improvements. For example, timely establishment of communications and management infrastructure and protocols, proper evaluation of DERs. And we also support tying cost recovery for such investments, such as the DERMs, to the extent they deliver actual performance. And rather than just supporting or rubber stamping those investments for their own sake, let's make sure they deliver the performance that we need. Like the DR parties, Blue Planet does not support incentives focused on one program such as the GSPA. Rather than aiming incentives towards remedying a particular program, it would make more sense to conduct an audit to get to the bottom of that program's difficulties if necessary. Otherwise, any incentives for DER utilization should remain neutral to any particular program or procurement approach. And in that regard, I think the Planet is in agreement with pretty much all the other parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Next is Ulupono.
Thank you, Chair.
Set to go?
Chair, I apologize. The slides are ready, and I believe Mr. Clay should be joining us momentarily.
I think he's still muted.
We've got, at least on my screen, looks Mr. Clay. If you type in the chat, maybe I don't, at least according to here, you're not muted.
Sure, I believe he just messaged that he's not muted, so there may be some technical challenge, which we could address as you would like to, if you would like to perhaps have him proceed after another party.
Yeah, I would. That's okay. Can Mr. Koda and Mr. Clay, can you try and work on the connection, and we'll move next to the DER parties?
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. That would be fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies for the inconvenience.
We understand. Mr. Mulder, you're the lead witness for the DER parties. Are you ready to go?
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually going to pass it on to, may I request that Baron Argetsinger give our opening remarks?
Sure.
Thank you. Baron?
Robbie, thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners and staff. And then thank you all the parties for your work on this issue and the other issues on this proceeding. So for the expedient utilization of demand-side resources for grid services, the DER parties support the adoption of PIMs to address the Commission's area of concern on this matter. And to address this, we propose a two-phased approach. Phase one targets implementing a near-term penalty mechanism for the timely implementation of certain utility functions and capabilities, basically to lay the groundwork for effective utilization of DERs over the long term. The phase two addresses the long-term grid services PIM to replace the current interim PIM. And this focuses on the actual utilization of DERs under the GSPA and the BYOD models. And just for a note of clarification, we use the term DERs here to refer to demand-side resources more broadly. So for the phase one component for the near-term penalty mechanisms, this proposal is to address certain core capabilities that we've identified as being needed or believed to integrate and operationalize DERs over the long term. This would apply to both BYOD and GSPA programs, and we believe it would apply to largely other programs that may be approved by the Commission going forward. So we identified certain communications, system operations, measurement, verification, other core capabilities that are related to this that are still under development or that remain in conceptual stages of consideration, but are actually needed to really utilize DERs for system resources. And it is important to note that some of these capabilities are applicable to the BYOD program specifically in the near term to allow their timely rollout, while others apply both to the BYOD and the GSPA programs over the long term. So we believe in this context that the near-term penalty mechanism is an appropriate step to lay the groundwork for effective utilization of both programs on a parallel basis. So in this regard, we disagree with the company's position that emergent outcomes, such as grid services, should only be subject to upside incentives. The company's contentions on this matter is that it will integrate DERs into its operations on an as-needed basis, and that there's uncertainty around how DERs will operate under different programs that have prevented it from developing certain capabilities, indicate as what Mr. Moriwaki referred to as a wait-and-see approach that the DER parties really believe lacks the urgency that's needed to address this area of concern. And I think underscoring this further, as Mr. Moriwaki also outlined, is that the Commission has made clear that it is part of the company's role as a utility to integrate DERs as a system resource, and has long encouraged and directed the companies to develop these capabilities. So we believe these aspects support the development of a near-term penalty mechanism to target certain core capabilities, and these are first the implementation of the DERMS and the supporting infrastructure to facilitate the actual remote dispatch of the BYOD resources. It's important to note here that the companies have stated that they do anticipate that the DERMS will be able to communicate with advanced inverters through the IEEE 2030.5 protocols, but the companies have indicated in response to information requests that they're not able to state that all of supporting infrastructure needed to actually facilitate remote communications for that dispatch will be in place. So we're seeing a disconnect here between having the capability to just communicate with the ability to actually utilize that functionality to facilitate program operations. The second piece is the updates and upgrades to billing and other backend systems to support certain program design features. One example of this is the one-to-one bill crediting for exports during grid service events. The companies are currently not equipped to facilitate that type of crediting, and as a result, as we noticed, that we came about in the SDP amendments approved by the Commission, this resulted in the proxy sort of fixed monthly credit mechanism to mimic that one-to-one bill crediting. So the third piece is to integrate the DERMS into the energy management system. Currently, the company's DERMS is not integrated, so the companies have manually dispatched currently the GSPA resources for evaluation and administration purposes. And the companies have indicated that the actual requirements for integrating the DERMS and the EMS will depend on sort of the functional use and operational characteristics and the performance of the grid service resources. Many of these items are defined or will be defined once the BYOD programs are finalized, and the GSPA programs are being utilized. And so the issue to solve here, again, related to going back to the DERMS, is moving beyond sort of this manual dispatch of these resources under GSPA or BYOD through DERMS communication functionality to actually facilitating the automated remote scheduling in dispatch of these resources under these programs and optimizing them in system operations as part of the resource stack outside of this kind of manual dispatch and into more of an automated dispatch. So we believe that there is sufficient information available or will soon be available such that the companies can develop these capabilities to have in place by July 1st of 2023. And the not implementing these capabilities should incur a penalty. And so to determine that penalty amount, we had proposed a formula that we discussed in our filings and in response to commission information requests around that. And just to quickly summarize that, be indexed to a rate of return that would apply to the cost of bringing the technology into service. And we proposed a July 1st, 2023 date to target to align with the latest date approved by the commission for rollout of the BYOD programs, and to give a certain amount of time for the GSPA programs to get rolling. So we thought this was appropriate because it provides approximately 1 year of planning and development based on anticipated timing of the final DER proceeding, phase 2 order, and it's approximately 6 months of lead time once the GSPA programs reach their threshold capacity, enrollment capacities that the companies have indicated they anticipate sometime in Q4 of this year. So the core concept here is that this penalty mechanism is appropriate to motivate the companies with financial incentives to ensure that these capabilities are in place in time for the on-ramping of the GSPA and the BYOD programs beginning next year. So that really feeds into and sets the groundwork for the phase 2, and that's the long-term grid services PIM that the commission has established will take the place of the current existing interim PIM. And so for this PIM, the DER parties again emphasize that this is appropriate, and that long-term financial incentives are needed to reflect the urgency of integrating DERs into system operations. We also recognize, though, that the commission has envisioned in this proceeding, as stated in the staff proposal, that this proceeding would provide a starting point for developing the long-term grid services PIM, and that it would also be informed by other proceedings, and specifically noted in the staff proposal, the DER proceeding as an example. And so to help to try to get this conversation really moving in our proposals, we proposed a straw framework as a starting point for developing the long-term grid services PIM. And we were looking at this as through a kind of modification of the current GSPA performance factors, and looked at this as kind of a DER utilization factor, looking at IGP forecasting of grid needs and the use of DERs to meet those needs through approved DER programs. But again, given the commission's final decision in phase 2 of the DER proceeding and the anticipation of GSPA resources to really be coming online soon, we think it would be appropriate to provide an opportunity for updated proposals and continued work on establishing a long-term grid services PIM following the issuance of the phase 2 order. And we think that this balances kind of a fundamental need to develop the long-term PIM to timely replace the interim PIM, but also with the ability to take into account those updates for the BYOD programs once they are approved, and the GSPA program parameters together to better define the utilization metrics, the financial incentive components, and other elements of that PIM. So I just wanted to take a quick second also to just speak to some of the points that are raised by some other parties with regard to this PIM. So with regard to the company's positions on this issue, we do not agree with the proposal to extend the current PIM, interim PIM, by 12 months. This, again, indicates, as discussed earlier and as noted by Mr. Mariwake, a preference to continue a bit of this wait and see approach for the utilization of DERs for grid services. The concerns raised by the companies in support of this, including the desire to have more experience operating DERs as a system resource, and related arguments for delaying the establishment of this PIM, just do not provide a path forward for addressing the urgent nature of this area of concern. And similarly, proposals to rely on other PIMs or other mechanisms to achieve the goals of DER utilization they're insufficient to overcome the substantial barriers to DER utilization. So in this respect, the DER parties disagree with Ulupono's position that other PIMs will provide that incentive. The companies have not demonstrated that the capabilities or the initiative to integrate DERs as a grid resource to the point that provide confidence that these other PIMs would sufficiently incentivize them to pursue DER solutions over other solutions that it may be more comfortable with or simply has more experience with. And so without targeted incentive mechanisms encouraging the companies to develop these capabilities and to incentivize their actual use through a long-term PIM, the company's track record simply indicates that it will not prioritize these resources. Instead, it will prioritize the status quo in selecting utility scale resources over innovation to facilitate DER utilization. So just to quickly summarize our positions on these, that we support PIMs to incentivize the companies to utilize DERs over the long term, and as a near-term mechanism, a penalty mechanism designed to incentivize deployment of certain capabilities needed to stand up these programs and effectively utilize and optimize BYOD and GSP resources in grid operations over the long term. So we think that work to develop the long-term PIM should continue, and target implementation should be, as the Commission has indicated, in January of 2023, or at the latest in conjunction with the start of these other programs. So that concludes our opening statement. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience. You waited a day and a half to get your turn. So thanks for that. Speaking of patience, Mr. Clay.
Chair, if I may, we had an unforeseen computer glitch and Murray was able to reboot. I would suggest that we test the audio first and then I'll go ahead and put up slides, if we may do that.
Yep, sure.
I hate to quote the Verizon wireless guy, but can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good.
Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I did have to reboot. I'm not really sure what happened, but I'm here, and I feel bad that I missed most of Barron's presentation. I'll have to check in with Sam later on the notes, and so apologies if I can't respond to things that Barron said. So our approach is pretty simplistic, and I'll be clear about that right up front. Just have 2 slides, and so we'll get through them pretty quickly. Next slide, please. So we're certainly not opposed to future development of PIMs for demand-side grid services from demand-side resources. Just based on what I've seen in the statements of position, the data that's presently available, the very low level of current amount of grid services that are contracted and available, it just feels like it's a little bit premature to us. And beyond that, it feels like it may not be necessary if the following are present. And as I've listed there, a strong reliability PIM that's inclusive of generation outages, a higher value RPSA incentive, clarification of accounting treatment, as we discussed before, especially around retirement and deactivation, perhaps increased scrutiny of investments in soon-to-be retired fossil fuel plants, and of course, the existing incentive to limit O&M costs under index target revenues, which is also an incentive to retire plants. Next slide. So if you have those conditions in place, you got to think about, where does the utility go? If you've got to accelerate renewables, you've got to the extent possible, delay, deactivate or retire fossil fuel plants. And you've got to maintain reliability while doing that. I think the natural place you get forced to go in order to get those incentives or avoid associated penalties or scrutiny is grid services. I think you have to go there. It's one of your escape routes, if you will, to maintain reliability, increase renewables while trying to shut down plants. So the biggest impediment presently, and I won't pretend to understand the full grid services market, maybe to the extent that some other parties do, but it seems like the biggest impediment right now is there's just not much resources contracted and available for the utility to use. And you can debate how much of that is, force majeure and COVID and other things, but it is a new sort of service that's just been explored in recent years. So it does seem logical to us that if you don't have very much engaged on the system, you don't have very much experience, and you want to get more experience and more grid services, then, at least in the short term, focus on getting those additional grid services, which is why logically we thought a 12-month extension is a pretty small ask. It should get more services contracted and available. And we do support some of the comments, certainly, that the consumer advocate said about getting better and more extensive metrics so that we can design a longer term PIM for this purpose. So it's a fairly straightforward approach. I think that with all the other incentives we're talking about, I think the utility will be forced to do grid services to meet all those incentives, but certainly support future work on metrics and a longer term PIM that would take place maybe after this 12-month extension. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Let's see, we'll go. Mr. Curtis is next. Life of the Land.
Life of the Land is very happy with the presentation just made by Ulupono. We support it in its entirety.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Just checking it, City and County, no witnesses identified. City and County of Honolulu and County of Hawaii.
No comments at this time from County of Hawaii.
Okay, thanks. I think we'll take a break until first. Thanks everyone for your presentations. We'll take a break until 11 o'clock and begin with the questions at that point. So thanks everyone. We'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, do we have everyone for the panel? Okay, so we'll reconvene the hearing as we have in the past. I'm going to ask each party to introduce your witnesses, starting with lead witness for Hawaiian Electric.
Chair, Yo Kawanami here, followed by Jim Alberts, Mark Asano, Brendan Bailey, and Lisa Dangelmeyer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Consumer Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Dean Nishina appearing on behalf of the Division of Consumer Advocacy, and with me I have Tim Wolf from Synapse. Thank you very much.
Blue Planet. Oh, do we have Mr. Morwake? Okay, we'll come back. Trying Ulupono Initiative.
Chair, that would be Murray Clay, is our witness for this panel hearing.
Thank you. DER parties.
Hi, this is Rocky Mold for DER Parties and HSEA. Also with me, I have Steve Rimsha from Sunrun and part of HPVC. And then Baron Argetsinger is supporting us for the DER parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Life of the Land.
Henry Curtis for Life of the Land.
Okay. And there, and we'll Blue Planet.
Apologies, I may have missed my turn. Isaac Moriwaki for Blue Planet.
Okay. And for everyone on the panel, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. We'll turn Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, and thank you to all of those of you serving on this panel. Again, appreciate all of their time you're spending here with us today to help answer our questions. This first question that I have is going to be to both Hawaiian Electric and the DER parties. So I'm going to sort of lay out the context for my question, and then I'll refer the question specifically, but just to give you a sense of where I'm going. Those are the two parties who I'll be following up with. So I think I'd like to better understand, I guess, the disagreement between Hawaiian Electric and the DER parties as to the state of technology with Hawaiian Electric necessary to utilize grid services from the DERs and GSPAs. I think, for example, in its final statement of position, Hawaiian Electric states that it has the present infrastructure to support the demand response GSPA portfolio. However, in contrast, the DER parties have highlighted the partial stipulation in the DER docket proceeding that has identified certain technological constraints which hinder the ability of the SDB program, and if not resolved by July 1, 2023, also the forthcoming BYOD programs to achieve their full potential. And I think in the presentations this morning, I heard from Mr. Kawanami and Mr. Argensinger sort of similar disagreements about where the state of things are. So I guess first to Hawaiian Electric and the DER parties, and maybe I'll ask Hawaiian Electric to respond first and then the DER parties. My question is, could you each please explain your respective perspectives on the current capabilities and gaps in Hawaiian Electric systems for utilizing grid services from DERs? And Mr. Kawanami, if you could answer first, and then maybe Mr. Mold after.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. In terms of delivering grid services from DER, there are two methodologies using the DERMS. One is through an aggregator. The aggregator we communicate to the aggregator through an OpenADR 2.0b protocol. And then that aggregator then communicates to the DER resource to be able to dispatch the grid services. So that's one methodology. The second methodology is our DERMS directly talking to a DER resource through an OpenADR 2.0b protocol. And the popular one is a thermostat. There isn't too many battery inverters that speaks OpenADR 2.0b protocol. So that could be where the DER party's comment was raised, that there is a gap there. we cover that through the aggregator methodologies. However, we did take note that going forward, if the commission, when the commission said we should be looking more at a programmatic panel pathway as well, we went ahead and started looking into the IEEE 2030.5 approach. The other comment that was made by the DER parties was our ability to pay retail. I think that comment was made. So those are based on two technical need. One is an AMI meter, and then the other is the financial system, the SAP system, to be able to reconcile that information to pay the retail. So that is a true statement. We are going through our AMI deployment plan right now, and I believe the end date for that is finishing of the deployment is Q3 of 2024. So from a technical standpoint, we do utilize our DERMs to be delivering the grid services from the DER, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Mr. Mold?
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. I will pass this to Steve Rimsha, if I may, to our witness, Steve Rimsha.
Sure, Rocky. Hi, everyone. I think well, at a fundamental level, everything's moving quite quickly within the DER proceedings, scheduled dispatch discussions, PBR, and we're learning as we're communicating, collaborating, which is incredibly helpful, yet there's also a lack of clarity. And that's what we're trying to draw out. Like, how are we really gonna operationalize these programs? How are we gonna, essentially integrate the Rule 21 aggregator model for BYOD under a 2030.5 protocol, or the alternative is open ADR, which is the existing GSPA pathway. So our concerns are really have stemmed around the prior discussions of, well, there's not enough resources out there. We haven't really, our interpretation was we haven't put a lot of investment into how we're going to integrate these resources because there's not enough of it out there. And we're looking at this from a perspective, well, this is core fundamental capabilities that are needed to successfully launch the BYOD program. And we need to get very tight on how we're going to do that. So the suite of upgraded integration capabilities we called for back on February 8th, I believe, was more broad than what would be required for either the HECO companies or the DER parties BYOD programs as proposed, last week. So I think there's some opportunity to obviously focus on what's needed to successfully launch and sustain the BYOD programs moving forward. And that's really the desire of our focus, and really try to have a broader discussion and understand the state and intent and what's really functionally happening in the control room, which has been hugely helpful to learn and discuss in past months when we've briefly been able to do that. But this is going to be a long evolution of integration and learning and savings, and really fundamentally changing the grid, I think, in a way that's really crucial. So I think I'll stop there and we'll respond to further questions. But I think 2030.5 aggregator model as envisioned in Rule 21 in California is a great proxy, given Hawaiian Electric has committed to 2030.5 now. I'm just not clear how we're really going to get there, how we're going to operationalize the program by then, what that really means to utilization of these programs within Hawaiian Electric. So we look forward to learning more, and hopefully that was a helpful response. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Rimshaw. That was, and I'd actually like to ask a follow-up to that. So just to maybe clarify some of the things I think I heard in that response. Is it, kind of drilling down to it, is it so much that the DER parties maintain that there is not the necessary infrastructure or software, or is it just a lack of clarity about how it will be used, what protocols will be implemented, how they are going to actually facilitate the integration of these programs? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it that Hawaiian Electric doesn't currently have it, or just there isn't enough transparency around how they will be used to implement that? You know, one is a lack of actual things being there. The other is just a need for more dialogue and transparency. I'm trying to understand what is the source of the concern.
So I think it's a clear implementation plan and clarity of how this is functionally going to work. And as long as we can all come to a functional integration plan come the launch of BYOD programs, I think we're okay. But that is not the end of the integration need.
Oh, thank you for that. I guess following up on that, do the DER parties, for example, like have a list of I guess implementation protocol type questions they would like answered, or a proposed process by which they would be more comfortable with, feel more comfortable knowing that Hawaiian Electric has the proper steps to make sure they can implement these programs?
So I think that's really what we've proposed, and I think there might be some narrowing of the scope to ensure a successful launch. But I think it's real. You know, I'm not sure how else to expand or respond to that at this time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Mold, yeah, please follow up if you'd like.
So I think, you know, our main focus in sort of that near-term capabilities, PIM, is to just have some assurance that the capabilities will be in place in time for the date that HECO has said it will be in place, but also that the commission and staff have ordered the BYOD program to begin.
Thank you for
Okay, so
that.
if I could just add to Rocky and Stephen's response, with your permission.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. So I think to your core question about some of the differences in our sort of view on the company's core capabilities, as Yo explained, the GSPA program operates to the aggregators, whereas the BYOD program would operate directly from the company's dispatch. It is that fundamental capability of the utility to facilitate the BYOD program that is one of the distinguishing factors between these two different programs. And so to keep them on a level playing field and to make sure that they are operational, the BYOD is operational by July 1st, 2023, it's important that the company has in place those DERMS communications capabilities that we have described and that the company's identified, but it has stated in information request responses that it cannot guarantee that those capabilities will be in place by July 1st, 2023. And so that is where that is for the DERM specifically, why we proposed a penalty mechanism to incentivize that the implementation of that capability in a timely manner.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Argensinger, and thank you, Mr. Mold. Those are helpful additions to Mr. Rimshaw's response. Which I guess kind of transitions to a follow-up question I had to Mr. Kawanami. If Hawaiian Electric is able to get IEEE 2030.5 integrated into the DERMS to communicate directly with advanced inverters, are there any additional specific technologies that would be needed for remote dispatch?
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. So regarding, I would like to answer that while providing some context to the other party's point about the IR that we mentioned. We are committed to having the IEEE 2030.5 capability by the associated time. We are committed to that. Where we were a little bit less firm on is where your question is, where IEEE 23.5 is a new communication protocol. It's a protocol, and the technology side of actually doing something could be a Wi-Fi connection. It could be an Ethernet cable that's connecting from the router to that inverter, or a gateway, or it could be cellular. That's the part that we have not fully vetted, as we could simply rely on the customer and hopefully everything works, and not have a, Mr. Clay's Verizon wireless comment. We just have to rely on those type of things, and we have to hedge our cost effectiveness and our budget into accordingly on that. So that part, Mr. Kaitsu, is the additional technology, or what is that actual way are we going to talk to that end device? And depending on the inverter manufacturers, it could be directly talking to the inverter, or having this gateway that talks IEEE 23.5 that connects us to that inverter. And Steve, Mr. Michel is correct. That part, we haven't dove deep into this, because as California has adopted this, it's, Mr. Michel used the word, we are using that as a proxy. Well, California is also sort of using it as a proxy, in my opinion, because this is so new, where as we learn more, perhaps they might change the 23.5 to be X, Y, and Z. I'm not saying it will be, but it has been a dynamic environment of that nature. So we're still learning, Mr. Kaitsu, on this.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. I appreciate that that context. Switching a little bit, I'm going to follow up with another question to you, Mr. Kawanami, and again, feel free to defer to your co-panelists if necessary. Understanding that Hawaiian Electric may not yet have insight on the final design of some of these programs, could you please speak generally to the capabilities that will be needed but are not yet in place to deploy the BYOD programs?
We proposed 3 levels of bring your own device. The first level is similar to battery bonus. Second is similar to our legacy demand response. And the third level is we adopted the DR party's recommendation of a day ahead program. What technology do we need? It really depends on what gets approved by the commission. With that said, us already having a open ADR system would help, because that BYOD program is not limited to IEEE 20.5. If there is a device that wanted to participate via open ADR, by all means they can participate. So that's already there. And then we're working on the IEEE 20.5. If I may, one element that we haven't talked is cybersecurity. Mr. Kaitsu, I mentioned we're not sure if we're going to use Wi-Fi or cellular and whatnot. The fact that that end device is going to have a connection point to our DERMS, now it's connected, and therefore we need to really worry about the cybersecurity, and that connection needs to be secured perhaps, and it has to be even more so secure with the current climate that we live in. And again, that was not, to me, that was not a known knowledge till a few months ago. So that's a new element that we might need to propose, where we may not want to use a customer Wi-Fi because it might be vulnerability to that association. And yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, if I could just add,
yeah.
I think ultimately, what we are looking for is to be able to have DER, fully dispatchable, like we do with our like the recent stage 1 and stage 2 projects, and that's a complex. I think the industry is working towards that, but I don't think it's there yet. But that is the ultimate goal, is to be able to treat DER in aggregate, similar to we are able to treat the other utility scale projects, because that gives us the most flexibility, the highest value for those DER resources. And kind of building off the earlier question, I think that's where the industry is headed, but I don't know that there are jurisdictions, and California has been kind of leading the way, at least within the US on this issue, and they've been struggling on the implementation for the past few years. So we're keeping abreast of their developments and their progress on that, and hope that we'll be able to incorporate any of that integration experience that they have as well to our capabilities. But along the lines of a lot of the things that were mentioned yesterday, there's a lot of collaboration that needs to take place to do this. It's not just one single entity that will be able to make this happen. So certainly that's the goal, to be able to collaborate and work with the industry, and even because Hawaii is a small market, just generally the industry nationally, to be able to accomplish what ultimately I think we're all on the same page in terms of what the ultimate goal is.
Thank you, Mr. Asano. Mr. Kawanami, did you have something else you wanted to say in response to that, or?
Thank you, Mr. Asano. Mr. Kaito, did we answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate those responses. Again, I guess this will come back to you, Mr. Kawanami. Could you please discuss how the companies manage procurement for new technologies or equipment such as DERMS?
We did an RFP back in 2015, and trying to remember 2015, we had to create a requirement. It didn't exist, so we worked with the system operators. We worked with Mr. Asano's team to really find line by line requirements of what should this resource be doing. And then we also incorporated our experience of how do we do our legacy demand response programs through dispatching of technology. And at that time, OpenADR 2.0b was selected pretty early on. So when we submitted our RFP, we had our set of requirements with OpenADR 2.0b as a starting point. So that's how we went ahead with this. At that time, grid modernization was not in place, so we still had some road mapping to do, but we went ahead as there was the 2014 order from Docket 2007-0341 really allowed us to think large and be able to provide this. How do we do a market-driven DER utilization? We needed a DERM, so we went ahead to do that. And just to segue, we found out through various DERMS vendors down the years that our RFP's requirements was copied at a variety of other DERMS RFPs by other utilities. So I thought that was a good compliment that we received and down the years.
Oh, thank you for that. And just following up on a couple of questions to that, how do the companies advertise these RFPs?
We went through, the biggest help that we had was there's an OpenADR association that we go to their lead and saying, can you please post this to all your OpenADR 2.0b members? So because that was the requirement. And then we also posted through the Peak Load Management Alliance, PLMA. And then we had our own networks of vendors that we provided. And then we also sent it to various consultants to see if they could also spread the words to stretch as far as possible to get the best response we can get. And this was all in 2015, if my memory serves correctly.
Thank you. And are there internal performance metrics tracked within the companies for these procurement processes, such as meeting certain timelines or budgets?
The budget is a tricky one because there was no comparison that we could make against another software platform at that time. So it was really competing against each other and then running our best. When we do our cost-effective analysis for a program, let's say at that time I had 4 demand response programs, then we would divide the cost of the DERMS 4 ways and still calculate the BCR ratio to see if it made sense. So we tried to justify with limited information at that time to do this. And then for that docket, we have our internal goals, of course, and the commission actually helped us with the procedural schedule. So we had a time on when we need to go live, and we did make that time deadline. And we were able to, we received approval from the commission of a not to exceed number where we did come below of that number at that time.
Okay, thank you for that. And okay, thank you. I'm going to move to a slightly different topic now. I guess, talking more about sort of just operations in general. And from a general perspective, Mr. Kawanami, could you please discuss whether having more grid services available from DERs makes them more likely to have an operational impact?
My quick answer is yes, but if I may pass the question to Ms. Dangelmeyer, in terms of increased grid service load and operational usage.
Repeat the question. I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're saying. Are you saying adding more types of grid services?
Cumulative grid services.
Cumulative. What does that mean exactly?
I think what I'm trying to say, if there's more capacity from grid services, is it more likely that you'll then use those DERs if they're providing a greater amount of capacity?
Okay, so yeah, if there are more, is there more subscribed kilowatts or megawatts, then yes, absolutely, that is true. Especially when you're talking about, well, actually, it's true of any of the services, right? I mean, it would be like the difference between you get a 1 megawatt diesel or you have a 50 megawatt plant. Obviously, the 50 megawatt plant has a lot more impact on the system. So I hope that answered your question.
No, it did. Thank you. And this is, I guess, where I'm leading into this next line. And I guess I'll direct it to you, Ms. Dangelmar, but please, if it's another witness on the panel. In their final statement of position, the companies state, and I'm quoting here, or paraphrasing, as soon as the threshold levels are met, the resources will be handed over to systems operations for their use. I was hoping you could help further explain as to when and how the companies determine that sufficient threshold levels are reached.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not so familiar with the actual thresholds that have been stated, but I do want to say that even currently where it's not so-called turned over for Maui, we are coordinating the testing and using, like we're saying, hey, on a lower margin day, let's do the testing today so we can get the benefit from the grid services. But the main thing is we wanted to be able to actually see the impact of the action on the grid. I mean, if you're putting it in front of the operator and they, invoke a grid service, it would be nice if they could see the change to the total, what we would see as the net demand on the system, usually for like a capacity. That, for example, you would expect that the net demand on the system to decrease. So it's just a matter of being visible and, it's not that you can't do it sooner. But in fact, I did want to say we are looking at incorporating both Maui, and I'm the director of Maui in Hawaii, but we are looking to move those capabilities to the system operators within a couple months for Maui, and then by fall for sure for Hawaii. And for Maui, they're already interfacing with the DERMS already for the existing fast DR, so it shouldn't be a large learning curve. And I did want to also say that there may be a misconception about how much integration is needed for deploying these services, because there's discussion about it being manual, but actually, even for generators, big generators that start and stop, or smaller ones, conventional plants, the operators actually do say, come on now, they have to start them. So it's a manual process to commit generation, even conventional plants. So it's not really that different if you manually initiate the grid services or the demand response. It's actually consistent with how we manage conventional plant. It's just that at this point in time, it would use a different screen, but the process is the same as far as thought process.
Thank you, Ms. Dangelmar. That was a very comprehensive response. I just wanted to follow up on something there. I believe you mentioned, the operators wanting to see the impact on the grid. Is there a minimum level that's visible? Are you looking at like percent of load or something, or?
We were kind of thinking on the lines of like 250 to 500 kW. I mean, there's some variability of load anyway, right? So something of that level should be something we could see.
Thank you. I'm going to direct this next question back to Mr. Kawanami. I'd earlier referenced, these threshold levels for resources, and I believe Ms. Dangelmeyer said she wasn't familiar with them, but Mr. Kawanami, I believe, in their briefing in this docket, Hawaiian Electric has identified certain, I guess, minimal operational thresholds. I believe 1 megawatt for Oahu and 500 kilowatts for Maui and Hawaii Island, respectively. I would like to, could you please help explain how long has this been the company's understanding of minimal operationally significant thresholds?
That's a great question. The legacy demand response program has been around for over 10 years, and they're all greater than those amounts. So we really never thought to look at that. And then when the GSPA was put in place, we looked at the ramping schedule pre-COVID, that it was going to be within a few months that they would reach these numbers. So we really didn't have a strong need to identify this minimum threshold, as we were going to pass on to the system operators within a few months of the enrollment process, assuming it was in a normal environment, Mr. Kreitzer. So we really started looking at, okay, we're struggling with the ramping. What do we need to do? When can we start really providing that intel to the operators? This is when we started discussing what can we see was the critical element, and that was these numbers.
Are they ever revisited or reevaluated, these threshold levels, or is there a yes? I'll stop with that.
I think that's a good question. As we always want more. So as we get a more dynamic grid, I think we do need to work with Mr. Osano and Ms. Dangelmeyer to make sure we're looking at the dynamic environment, and depending on the grid services that we're providing, perhaps that granularity might become more keen. And certainly if we're expanding even to Molokai and Lanai, we need to relook at that number because that system is even smaller. So this threshold would have to be completely revamped and relooked at.
Thank you. And taking into account the 1 megawatt threshold for Oahu that the companies have presented, given that the GSPAs have resulted in 1.9 megawatts on Oahu at the end of 2021, have those resources been turned over to the systems operations team?
It was 1.9 megawatts in total. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Calculator. It's 1.9 megawatts in total. And this is where grid services has been a little bit of a challenge because it always has two sets of numbers. One is the 1.9, which is the total numbers of the grid services of all the numbers. But if you look at the capacity reduction line item, it's 0.8. And that's the line item. That's the 1 megawatt threshold is equivalent to each of the grid services so that we can see it. So we haven't quite reached that 1 megawatt. And as Ms. Dangelmeyer said, we're really close to hitting that threshold. So if not, we can already pass it over. However, when we do dispatch this from our team, we do coordinate with the operators to let them know, hey, Ms. Dangelmeyer, we're going to run this, and we get the okay to run. So we're already in communication when we're dispatching 0.8 megawatts on Oahu.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
I just wanted to add to that I should make clear that, again, we are using what we do have, even though it's small, through the test team, if we have low margin. So there are days where we actually deploy it, for that purpose, even if it's small, if we feel like we're in a case where it could be useful. So I just wanted to throw that in there. That we were really working hand in glove.
Thank you. And Mr. Kawanami, sorry, I just wanted to follow up just to clarify. So you listed two numbers. I guess you said the total number and the capacity line reduction item. So which one does the companies use for purposes of assessing whether it's met that threshold?
It would be for utilization for the operations, it would be they would look at the three individuals numbers separately, Mr. Kratis. So For FFR, they would look at, okay, we have 0.8. For capacity load build, we have 0.3. And then for load reduction, we have 0.8. So they would discretely look at those numbers and set that each of those numbers are at 1 megawatt threshold for Oahu's example, and see how we're doing. And obviously, we want to be way past that in near future.
Thank you. Could you walk me through a bit more, I guess, on the details of what happens when this is turned over to systems operations in terms of like what that looks like and what steps are involved?
As Ms. Dangumar already stated, the training has already begun through the legacy demand response program. So the operators, the dispatchers already knows what the interface of the DERMS looks like. And we simply are able to say, here's the GSPA line item that can run for 4 hours during the 5 to 9 for the reduction, 10 to 2 for the build. And FFR is just FYI because it's autonomous response. There's no dispatching done there. From there, we start utilizing it where it's up to the operators, depending on the conditions of the generation, depending on how things are going, they are able to dispatch it accordingly. So, and we will coordinate accordingly, and we will provide we provide two things. There will be a forecast. The DERMS will have a forecast to say at this time, these GSP aggregators are going to be able to provide of the 0.8 megawatts, 0.7 something megawatts. Those are the forecasts that we will provide to the dispatchers. And then afterwards, maybe a month later, after we look at all the month events, we will provide to the operators how the performance is going, how's the performance factor looking like for the aggregators, so we can discuss the trust that we can build towards these resources as we go forward, and we'll continue to build that collaboratively with the operators. Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. In their final statement of position, Mr. Kawanami, sorry, again, I just have lots of questions for you today. In the company's final statement of position, I believe the companies state that they are targeting to catch up to 37.1 megawatts of grid services from the GSPAs 1 and 2, of which 15.4 megawatts is capacity load reduction for Oahu in 2022. This appears to be a sizable jump from the current level of 1.9 megawatts of grid services capacity on Oahu, of which you clarified that actually 0.8 megawatts is load reduction. Not to be presumptuous, but just given that significant jump, are the companies confident that this is a realistic level of capacity and enrollment that they can achieve in 2022?
And it is a challenging number. You're absolutely right. When I looked at it last November for the modification and evaluation filing and the final statement of position, we provided these numbers. These are numbers at November that was committed by the aggregators that they will hit these numbers. So that's their commitment that they will try to hit these numbers because they have a contract. They want to know, they want to make sure they hit these numbers. With that said, Mr. Kaitsu, the optimism, one thing did happen, which is, thank goodness, the COVID seems like it is slowing down. So that optimism was correct. The second challenge that emerged for the aggregators was the jump was from the second contract of the GSPA that had a large targetable numbers, and this aggregators were targeting, knowing the battery bonus program existed, they were targeting to look at existing customers with batteries as well as non-NEM customers. And that's how they provided our outlook for 2022. When we amended battery bonus in March 1st, we had to discuss, we had to talk. And right now, at this moment, we're renegotiating with these aggregators, and we have to file with commission order by next Tuesday or Wednesday, May 4th, of these amendments. And in that amendment, we may, depending on what the aggregators commit to, we may need to adjust some of these outlook of the 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Turning to a slightly different subject, also in the company's final statement of position, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing the quote here, but if these GSPA resources are constantly used for capacity, they may not be available to provide FFR during a contingency that could result in widespread outages or system instability for which they were designed and acquired to help prevent. Could you elaborate on that statement, given that my understanding is that each GSPA acquired a specific amount of capacity for each type of grid service?
Yes, Mr. Kratzer, and this is where the operational experience is coming along, and this is why our GSPA was designed to be a 5-year contract and not a 25-year contract, because we wanted to learn how a discrete grid services can coexist and how would these grid services aggregators use these batteries accordingly. So I'm going to make an exaggeration of 2 examples, Mr. Kreitzer. One scenario is if the aggregators commit the full 5 kilowatt battery to be available for reduction, and if they do deliver that during 5 to 9, then essentially that battery is empty. There's no kW that can be delivered, and for some unfortunate reason, an FFR event happens immediately thereafter, there will be no performance at that point. And we want to understand how the aggregators are going to be doing that. The other side is the aggregators are fully aware of that and are going to say apportionment is provided for capacity reduction, and they will always keep this much available for FFR at any time that happens. And we're trying to understand how this is going to be done. And depending, this is, the most predictable thing about customer side is their variability, and every customer is different. So I think this is why they need to hit a certain number of customers, because if they just have 5 customers that are doing the exact same thing, they won't be able to cover that kilowatts and megawatts that each of the grid service needs to be delivered. But if they have a substantial amount with a different style, and that's where the performance factor will come into play. And we would like to learn that, Mr. Kreitzer, where, okay, Ms. Dangelmar, this is how it's working. Do you agree? And then that's how we would like to gain our confidence about how these things could potentially provide multiple grid services. Worst case scenario, it does not, Mr. Kreitzer, and we say, oh, but we want, if that case, I go to Mr. Orsano and say, Mr. Orsano, what is the grid service that we need to absolutely deliver for the next foreseeable future? And we focus in on that if we're not able to provide the multiple grid services. But that's what the operational experience comes into play.
Thank you. Mr. Kawanami, could you, do you know when was the last time the companies made modifications to the treatment of DERs within their operational manuals?
Yeah, operations manual as in the dispatcher's operations manual?
Yeah, sure. Let's start with that.
I'm not sure. Or maybe there's two. So I have to probably punt to both Mr. Orsano in terms of his planning approach as well as Ms. Dangelmeyer's operational assumptions that she makes towards the DER expectations. If I may I start with Mr. Orsano? Mr. Orsano, for DER manual, how we assume DER is going forward, have we changed, to Mr. Kreitz's question, how we change our inputs?
Maybe I'll let Ms. Dangelmeyer respond first from the operations perspective, and then if Mr. Kayatsu, you want to get into a planning discussion, I can weigh in.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dangelmeyer.
I'm not sure I can say exactly when the date, but we recently updated the overall. I actually submitted some recent copies of our operational procedures, and I feel like the last 2 years has been a blur, so I can't tell you for sure which month or whatever. But as soon as the resource is of the size that it would substantially change our dispatch decisions, then for sure we would also alter additional dispatch decisions. But at this point in time, The resources are available primarily for Maui under my area of responsibility, and the operators are all aware of the existence of the resources, and the FastDR is already included in there. And these resources are presently used, you know, for capacity during periods where the margins are lower than normal. So we're primarily utilizing them during high demand and low generation availability. So I think we last updated the procedures. Maybe it was last fall, but I'm really can't tell you for sure what the date was, but it was relatively recently.
Thank you, Mr. Engelmeyer. And Mr. Asano, that was a satisfactory answer, so no need to put you on the hot spot. I'd like to switch topics now to talking about the company's proposal to extend the interim grid services PIM. Again, I'll start with Mr. Kawanami. Could you please describe how the interim grid services PIM to date has influenced the company's actions and decision-making over the past year?
In a short answer, it has not changed our actions and decisions, as our commitment to do the aggregator procurement for Oahu, our commitment to do the aggregator RFP on Maui, as well as Hawaii Island, you know, our commitment is there based on what's needed, and the other type of way for us to receive the grid service PIM is through the programmatic approach, to which at this point we do not have any programs that is approved under this PIM. So to this date, the interim grid service has not been rewarded of any dollars at this time, Mr. Kaitsu, and the Oahu procurement process, one of the contract has been completed, so we filed that to the commission for approval, and that would qualify for this interim PIM. But, our drive is towards the grid needs and providing what we can and procuring what we can get, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Next question is going to go to Mr. Mold on behalf of the DER parties. Do you think the opportunity to earn a reward for newly acquired capacity and enrollment will be beneficial to ratepayers in 2023? And please elaborate on your response.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Do you think that the opportunity for the companies to earn a reward for newly acquired capacity enrollment will be beneficial to ratepayers in 2023?
Are you referring to specifically for the grid services procurement contracts?
Yeah, I think I'm just probing. I'm asking the DER party's opinion. If we were to extend the interim grid services PIM for another year, do you think that providing reward for newly acquired capacity enrollment, would provide a benefit to ratepayers? I know you've expressed concerns with it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Thank you for the question. I think our position is that you really need to get to utilizing the services from those DERs, so. Yeah, on the margin, it will benefit the system if more DERs enroll into programs, but you actually have to start utilizing those. And so the PIM that we've recommended, the near-term PIM really the phased approach that we've recommended is to first get the capabilities to utilize DERs up and running, and then start talking about incentives to promote their utilization from a grid needs standpoint. With that, does Barron or Steve want to provide some comments on that?
Sure, Rocky. I think that you captured the main part there. And Mr. Katsu, to your direct question of the actual just enrollment of the DERs. I think what Rocky said is the key point. It is much more than just the enrollment in these programs. It's the actual utilization and deploying them within the company's operation systems to provide grid benefits, and not just to provide grid benefits, but to innovate and to look at how to optimize DER resources within the system. And it's that type of utilization that really, I think, needs to be the focus. And I think that was the commission's intent from the final order in the PBR proceeding, to have the initial interim PIM as an interim PIM. And it is now time for us to really be digging into developing a PIM that focuses on that actual utilization.
And thank you to both of you. And Mr. Kawanami, the similar question to you, I guess, sort of in light of hearing the concerns raised by the DER parties, I'd like to hear the company's perspective as to, how providing an opportunity to earn a reward for newly acquired capacity and enrollment will be beneficial to ratepayers in 2023, if the PIM were extended.
More KW is a good thing for us, and to break the barrier outside of a pandemic, outside of many things, to be able to get the KW is not a bad thing. So as we want to see the day we can achieve a substantial amount of DER, I think is a very good thing, and the utilization will naturally follow the moment we can achieve a high number of capability. And it actually allows us to, in my personal opinion, it also allows us to test out different types of grid services. We've heard many a times of non-wires alternative or microgrid, where you need a substantial amount of grid services at a system level to be able to do something like that. So I look forward to that opportunity in this current climate. I think it is in our best interest to go after as much as possible capability-wise, Mr. Kaitsu.
And if I could add, Mr. Kaitsu, I do think there's maybe two ways to look at that. One is, what Ulupono has raised in terms of similar to the reason for extending out the RPSA incentive at the current levels through the end of the MRP, because of the some of the issues experienced due to supply chain and COVID. But the other one is, we are wanting to retire YL3 and 4 in 2024. So ensuring that we get more grid services on through 2023 can also help to strengthen the portfolio, in case other projects, grid scale projects, may not come in or be delayed.
Thank you, Mr. Asano, and thank you, Mr. Kawanami. That's helpful. Following up on that, could then perhaps this, if it were to be extended, could this interim grid services PIM be enhanced by, say, coupling it with the addition of a minimum threshold of capacity for each type of grid service?
That is fair. The current interim PIM doesn't have that. So if I get 1 kilowatt at this moment, it qualifies for the interim PIM. So for the extension period, we have to hit a certain minimum threshold before we can attain that. I think that is a fair addition to this interim PIM, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. And I guess, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but if that were to be the case, do you have any thoughts about what would be a justifiable basis for setting such a minimum threshold?
Yeah, that is a difficult number, considering I haven't reached the 2021 target that I wanted to achieve. So I have to think about that a little bit and be able to respond with a qualitative value. The biggest challenge, Mr. Kaitsu, is one of our IRs that we responded, I cannot remember the number, but there was a question about how does battery bonus and grid service purchase agreement coexist? And our response was, it will be difficult. And everything's anecdotal right now, Mr. Kaitsu, because there's so many moving variables. So it will be difficult to set that threshold. But these interim grid service PIM would be for new resources, right? So I think there is a way where we can come up with a fair number that's not clouded by what's going right now and just look at the new resources. But unfortunately, I cannot come up with a number per se, Mr. Katsu.
That's fair, Mr. Kawanami. Thank you. This next question is for the consumer advocate. So, Mr. Nishina, I believe the consumer advocate has expressed concern about PIMs that may encourage favoring one resource type over another, and that may lead to using resources in a non-cost effective way. For resources where there are upfront costs to customers, what does the consumer advocate think is the appropriate mechanism to ensure those resources are being used cost effectively?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of your question? I just want to make sure that I heard it correctly.
Sure. For resources where there are upfront costs to customers, what does the consumer advocate think is the appropriate mechanism to ensure those resources are being used cost effectively?
Okay, thank you for repeating that question. I guess my initial response would be, I would like to think that any metrics that might be adopted for purposes of supporting an incentive mechanism would be indifferent to whether there are upfront costs or costs that are I mean, the end result should be that all resources are being used in a cost-effective fashion. So from that perspective, if there are programs or projects that are targeting specific resources, there should be clear metrics as it relates to not only the capacity, if capacity is the appropriate metric to be used as it relates to the program, but the percentage of that capacity that's being used by the company. Because just to expand on the concern that we're raising, we offered a similar type of concern with even the new PPAs, where to the extent that the customers are being asked to pay for the entirety of the cost as it relates to these renewable dispatchable generation units, and the company may not be using those units in the most cost-effective fashion, that's not in the consumer's best interest. Similarly, if we're looking at grid resources, again, regardless of whether they're upfront costs or it's a stream of costs to the prosumer that are providing these grid services, if they're being procured but they're not being used, then what are the customers being asked to pay for? So there needs to be clear metrics not only as it relates to the capacity that's enrolled, but how those resources are being used. And I think there has been arguments by say the company saying that there's value to capacity, and we're not disputing that, but there should be some measurement of the total amount of capacity that's needed, and anything beyond that, there should be questions about what are consumers being asked to pay for if it's capacity that's not really needed. I'm not sure. Does that answer your question, Mr. Kayatsu?
It does, Mr. Nishina, and I thank you for that. And I guess as a follow-up, we're talking about the utilization of grid services, but I think another point that I've heard Hawaiian Electric made, on this panel is also, the novelty of all this and adjusting to sort of the changing circumstances and learning how to use them. So I was wondering, does the consumer advocate agree that gaining operational experience with these new types of resources is important?
Yeah, no, thanks for asking that question. I was giving that question some thought as you were having your discussion with Mr. Kawanami, and I think in our final statement of position, and even in some of the discussions, we were expressing concerns with the notion of extending the interim incentive measure just to sign up capacity, because again, just signing it up may not have value, but we do acknowledge that there's value to gaining operational experience with these resources. So maybe perhaps rather than focusing on a kWh perspective, maybe it's more of a percentage. So in terms of all of the capacity that has been enrolled to date, what percentage is being used by the companies as it relates to to meeting grid needs, so that there's some demonstration that it is where the companies are trying to modify their operational processes and procedures to gain that experience, and then evaluate how can these resources be used in a cost-effective fashion to meet grid and customer needs.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. I think that actually kind of segues into the next question I had for you. I believe the consumer advocate has also indicated that, or stated, if the commission is inclined to extend the interim grid services PIM, it should only do so with a concurrent requirement to investigate existing structural, process, and pricing for all DER grid services to ensure that unintended consequences do not occur. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes, I remember that statement in our final statement of position.
Thank you. Could you please explain further what such requirements would entail? Any details you might have and what that might look like?
So I think we offered an example of that supported the notion of that concern, and the example that we provided was the understanding, say, where some of the incentives for the battery bonus program may be actually undercutting the company's ability, or excuse me, the aggregator's ability to sign up capacity in the GSPAs. So, without a step back and a holistic look at what's going on across all the programs, extending the interim incentive to sign up capacity for the GSPAs may be somewhat of a meaningless type of incentive from the standpoint that if customers are more encouraged, just looking at the pricing, to sign up for a different program, extending the bonus, excuse me, extending the incentive to sign up for the GSPA may not actually result in any meaningful additions unless the companies are allowed to change the pricing for the GSPAs, which again may not be in the interest of consumers overall if there's this spiraling impact in terms of being asked to provide greater and greater incentives to the GSPA as well as other programs. So that was part of the reasoning behind the statement offered to the commission with respect to if this interim incentive mechanism is going to be extended, there needs to be a step back and kind of overall evaluation of what's going across all of the DER programs to ensure that things are kind of on an equal footing, so that it makes sense for consumers that are participating as well as the consumers that aren't participating, so that these measures are resulting in net benefits to all customers.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. I appreciate that elaboration. And that actually is a good segue to the next topic I wanted to cover with this panel, which is reporting and metrics. This first question goes to Mr. Kawanami. Could you please explain the GSPA evaluation, measurement, and verification plan? And what will each year's evaluation, measurement, and verification report cover?
Sure, Mr. Kaitsu. So as part of the 2014 policy statement, it was to evaluate the market model. And I'm trying to figure out which came first, but it was a commission recommendation, if not an order, to make sure we go through an evaluation, an EMMV process with these aggregators. And last year, like similar to Ms. Dangma, my ears are a little bit mumbled, but I think it was last year, if not the year before, we submitted our first EMMV report based on the water heaters that is subscribed under the aggregators, and we showed how they are performing the capacity reduction and whatnot, and we reported on that. So this year, the goal for the next EMMV phase is the batteries, enrolling the batteries, collecting data to see the earlier comments that I made about how they interact with the discrete grid services, the three of them, and see how they are performing. And we want to get the different types of customers that the aggregators are bringing in, so that we will report that in end of this year as the second phase. And then potentially the third phase is if there's any other resources, maybe a commercial system that's providing a larger system, or if we wanted to do, now that the AMI is going to be there, do we want to do an EMMV based on AMI such that we can do better performance evaluation from an AMI data point? So those are some of the roadmaps for EMMV going forward. And of course, any new aggregators that comes along the way, we will be working with those new aggregators as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Following up, do the companies have an EMNV plan for utility managed grid service programs?
Yeah, as we developed the bring your own device, so let me take a step back. For battery bonus, when I got built, collectively, we all agreed that we should provide some sort of an EMMV for the battery bonus because it's even less intrusive, right? It's not something that we dispatch. It's a scheduled program every single day. So we wanted to make sure the batteries are doing what it's supposed to do. So we wanted to do a version, maybe not as extensive as the aggregator ones, but some level of validation, verification validation of the battery bonus program. And we also suggested similar activities for the bring your own device type of programs. Apologies for the background noise for this. Yes, so sorry for the long answer. Yes, we are intending to do EMMV for utility managed programs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kawanami, and I appreciate your thoroughness. How frequently do the companies do test events for the demand response portfolio?
Last year, I think we used the program close to, I think it was about 50 times that we used it this year. So we used it 40, we tested the build 43 times, and then we tested the reduction 54 times in 2021. The number for the years 2020s were slightly less than these. And there were 6 fast frequency events. That was not a test event, but we used the FFR events to learn the outcome of the aggregators.
And how frequently do the companies plan to do test events for the battery bonus and GSPA programs?
Oh, apologies. I answered the wrong question, Mr. Kreitz. I just gave you the answers for the GSPA. So the 43 build and 54 reduction for the GSPA. And then the legacy programs we used. Actually, we don't really perform testings on the legacy programs because we actually use it already. So the legacy program was in total used, let's see, about 100 times, Mr. Kaitsu, in 2021. And then for battery bonus, there really isn't a testing we can do as we have no control communication to those batteries because it's a scheduled dispatch program. So we go through a validation and verification process early on. And when the solar contractors reports back, hey, everything installed, here's the 7-day data. We look at the battery performance to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do at the appointed time. And we sign off on that. And we are allowed to do an EMMV down the line to do some things. But in terms of a recurring testing, we don't really have a capability to do that at this time for SDP.
And thank you, and I appreciate the clarifications. Let's see. Currently, the companies seek FFR, capacity build, and capacity reduce services from DERs. What additional services do the companies anticipate seeking from DERs in the next 5 years and also, say, the next 10 years?
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. I will seek guidance from Mr. Asano on this selfishly. I hope to see additional grid services, as mentioned earlier, where we can perhaps provide distribution level grid services, but it really but should be driven by the grid needs assessment. But Mr. Asano, if you don't mind helping me with this question.
Yeah, Mr. Kaitsu, so I understand you're asking what services we envision over the next 5 and 10 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, new additional services beyond what's currently already being used.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've been focused on sort of the services that are available today, and things like load reduce and load build are probably likely of the highest value anyhow. But in sort of the long range planning that we're conducting in IGP, one of the changes that we've made is to allow DER to be treated as a resource. So to my earlier discussion, to the extent that we can reach the end goal of having a fully dispatchable DER resource that's dispatchable in the same way that, say, a utility scale project is. Then the model does allow those resources to be dispatched. A DER resource, aggregated DER resource, to be dispatched in a similar way. And so essentially it would be able to provide substantially similar services to, say, our renewable dispatchable generation contracts, or our like energy storage PPAs that we have today.
Thank you, Mr. Asano. And as a follow-up, are the companies currently testing or piloting the capability of different DERs to provide these kinds of services?
I'll see if Mr. Kawanami, if you have any insights on that.
It's been a while, Mr. Kaitsu. Maybe a few years ago, we tested a conceptual idea of regulation. We tested with the PJM's regulation D signal, I believe it was, with a finite amount of DER resources to see if the batteries could do basically a regulation type of signal, but it wasn't. We tried to make it as real as possible, where we downloaded the CSV file from PJM, and then we would send the signal out as if it was a new signal, and we were able to show that the DER resource could provide that type of grid services. The next step is a little bit more difficult because it would require a real signal to perhaps the DERMS or some other way to communicate the signals, because we don't want the SCADA system, the AGC signal, to be sending to a 5 kilowatt system to a regulation signal. So we had to come up with a different type of methodology of how to do that. That was a few years ago. Since then, Mr. Kreitz, we have not looked at it heavily on how we could do regulation at this time. For this, I think the next stage is for us was the RDG, as Mr. Asano mentioned. The real data that comes out of the RDG would be some of the test beds that we could use for a pilot to use that as a signal data set that we can use. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami, and thank you, Mr. Asano. I guess as we move forward with all this, is the intention that the IGP docket will quantify the value of these services to the system?
Yes, so what we proposed in the IGP proceeding is to perform scenarios or sensitivities that specifically look at these issues, similar to that we did in the DER docket in preparing or valuing the what became the battery bonus program. So in the IGP proceeding, we do have scenarios to specifically look at, for example, the what we call DER freeze, which essentially you run our models, with and without DER in them to see what the potential value of a new DER program providing certain services would be. And similarly, we propose to also do that for energy efficiency and electric vehicles as well, to get a sense for potential value of the various DER resources.
Thank you, Mr. Asano. And a slightly different take on that last series of questions I asked, Mr. Kawanami, currently grid services are typically provided from storage and water heater DERs. What additional kinds of DERs do the companies anticipate will provide grid services in, say, the next 5 years and next 10 years?
Yeah, when the aggregator RFP was technology agnostic, Mr. Kaitsu, so we were hopeful that it wasn't limited to batteries, but the outcome was, like you said, those types of resources. As we bring on the bring your own device types of programs, especially if we can do the level 3 is a day ahead type of a signal, which is it has its pros and cons, Mr. Kaitsu. The operators function at a much granular schedule where day ahead might not necessarily always be the best option. However, there are more opportunities that emerges if we could do day ahead. So if a large water utility company that has pumps, if they had a day ahead notice, they might be able to participate and provide us with a load shift opportunities. Same goes with the wastewater and military site. The day ahead. This day ahead actually has a lot of potential with new types of resources that we're hoping to gather different types of opportunities that are not batteries and be able to see what resources could be done. Hotels, we always looked at water features, HVAC system that could participate. A lot of these homes and buildings are trying to be more smart. So a very confined building management systems is getting really, really elegant. So how much DR opportunity there is going to be in the future is going to be a very interesting challenge, as the individual building might be challenging for their own net zero or carbon zero type buildings. So we're trying to figure that out as we go forward. The biggest question, maybe not 5 to 10 years, Mr. Kayatsu, but perhaps the big unknown is maybe facility-sided generators that are using renewables that could help us bridge, but that's probably not 5 years, maybe a little bit more down the line. That could be another customer-side resource.
Mr. Kayatsu, do you have an estimate of how much more time you anticipate?
Maybe 15 more minutes, Chair.
Okay, I think we're going to take a break for lunch. So why don't we come back in an hour or close to an hour, call it 1:15. We'll conclude with your questions and then the commission's questions, and then folks should be prepared after that to go into the closing statements. Thank you all. See you in an hour. Afternoon, everyone. We'll start up at 1:15. We can get the panel members back in the WebEx here. Okay, it's 1:15. If we can reopen the hearing, make sure do we have all the witnesses? I'm not sure, is Ms. Dangelmeyer present?
We're checking, Chair.
Sure. How about Mr. Bailey too? He's on the panel here, correct?
He is. Chair, what I'd suggest is, if it's okay, we don't want to hold folks up, but I know Ms. Nagelmeyer knows to return, and I just saw Mr. Bailey. I'll go run down the hall and grab him, but if it's, we're okay if we proceed, we'll make sure we get them on while the discussion proceeds.
Joe, can you hear me?
Okay. Can hear you
Mr.
now,
Brendan.
Brendan. Your camera's off, Brendan.
Oh, sorry, I have the cover on. There you go.
Mr. Viola, you're ready, or you're okay to proceed then?
Yes, we are, Chair. Apologize for the delay.
Okay. I guess Mr. Kayatsu, do you have any questions that you know for sure would be directed to Ms. Dangelmeyer?
I did have one follow-up question I'd like to ask her, Chair, but I can save that for last if she needs more time. And if she's not here by that time, I can still direct the question to, I guess, Mr. Kowanami and see if he or any of the other co-panelists feel comfortable answering.
Okay. I think we'll go forward with that plan. So please proceed, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kowanami, just to kind of reorient ourselves, I believe before the break, my last question that I asked you had to do with what other types of DERs, is the company envisioning may be providing grid services in the next 5 years and then 10 years, and you provided some examples. So just to follow up on that, are the companies currently testing or piloting the capabilities of any of these such DERs that you listed?
We are testing with a water utility this summer. We have commenced that testing, and we will provide a summary of the findings of it. And then the hope is to see if that entity would like to expand their participation beyond the pilot. That's the goal. That's always the goal. And we hope to provide that feedback. The other one is there's always discussion. One particular resource I forgot to mention, Mr. Kaitsu, is the electric vehicle. And there's always discussions of potential pilots of vehicle to something. Could be the grid, could be to the home building and whatnot. And so there's been discussions on what kind of pilot would that look like. We haven't started the pilot yet, but we have been in discussion on what that format will look like, the objectives and the type of testings that we would like to perform on that. And anything else? I think those are the two that I can think of, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. I appreciate that. The next question I have is to the DER party, so I'll direct it to Mr. Mold. And this is just basically following up on the questions I had to Hawaiian Electric. We're just curious to hear from your perspective, what are the types of additional grid services that DERs may be able to provide in the next, say, 5 years and 10 years?
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu, for that question. For that, I will point to Steve Rimshaw, if I may.
Sure. Thank you, Rocky. So I think we've been talking about the grid services that are needed for a long time, and those needs will continue far into the future. These are services that provide excess energy as well as peaking capacity or combinations thereof through demand response, scheduled and emergency dispatched resources on daily basis, the correct customer structure to enable all this. This is all part of the path that I believe we're heading down. And 10 years from now, do we need anything beyond what we've proposed already? I think we're going to be higher resolution, integration, better integration across HECO's, EMS into AGC at some point. So I think that's where we're headed over the next 10 years. But the fundamental functional response from the smart inverters that we're looking for, and building out the aggregation model, as envisioned to interact with HECO's DERMS, I think these are all here to stay. There's probably some specific needs, whether those be localized for NWAs or maybe different island specific based on IGP, that's really going to call out some period or something more prescriptive than what has been, that will likely be framed into the future BYOD programs. But I think largely we have the building blocks in front of us, and it's just going to be further integration and learnings of, I hear downsides to, day ahead scheduling, but, day ahead scheduling of a very dynamic, firm renewable resource has huge potential, right? And along with emergency dispatch and whatever these programs functionally turn into, I think we can meet the needs of the grid, assuming we enable and learn and integrate. So I would just reiterate, I think the building blocks are in place, and we're going to just learn and really be better utilizing across the three control systems that HECO has spoke about.
Thank you, Mr. Rimshai. I appreciate that. And following up, similar to as I asked Mr. Kawanami, in addition to the existing types of DERs now, could you offer your perspective of what kind of additional types of DERs we might see in the near future, say over the 5 and 10 year horizons?
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in, I did a presentation in California last week, and I'm particularly interested in electrification and how to properly manage and kind of build on the success of the, volt watt programs in Hawaii on how do we really upgrade based on, locational device operational needs and really just make a very efficient integration platform to achieve all the societal and customer goals we're looking to capture and enable to achieve our energy future as cost effectively as possible. So I think that leads into a different structural role, and Hawaii is probably very well integrated for this versus other markets that the the distribution system operator role of the future is probably not as this focal point of the grid as we've been thinking about it. And it's really more, from my perspective, about enabling interconnection and enabling device operation as quickly and as seamlessly as possible and as efficiently as possible. So I foresee, on the electrification side, so we're not overloading service transformers and conductors, based on time of use price signals that, if an alternative standard was created for non-generator devices, there's an alternative pathway to really managing infrastructure build out and creating a good customer experience. And I think that more broadly leads to that architecture question that I highlighted earlier, that these functions really are not going to be used for like functional curtailment, and we really just need to optimize and enable these resources for power system needs, or really local, or like local needs, whatever the priority might be. So I don't, I think there's a lot of further learnings that need to be talked in this area, because I don't think anyone's really got a good plan right now. We're all going to electrify, but that seems like a incredible opportunity and an incredible challenge to me. And I think we need to really better leverage how we're optimizing, managing infrastructure build out, enabling that customer experience, and really allowing for coordination of those resources, beyond the customer value proposition. So hopefully that was helpful.
No, it was. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn back to Hawaiian Electric now. Mr. Kawanami, Hawaiian Electric proposes reporting several metrics on a monthly basis, including hourly dispatchable amount, resource utilization, confirmed availability of GSPA resources, information summarizing current grid service efforts, and GSPA performance data in the annual ANS and M&E reports. Could you please explain how each of these metrics will provide clarity that has been lacking to date in the context of DER grid services conversations?
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. The various metrics, we can show growth in our understanding of how GSPA, as they increase in megawatts, to show the impacts, and hopefully the higher the number, the higher the reliability is. When we're at half a megawatt, our performance factor may vary quite a bit at a wide range, but as soon as we hit 2.5, 3 megawatts, our performance factor is above 90%. Those are the type of results that we would love to show, and show that to the commission. We're starting to understand how these things are operated, and in conjunction of the other programs, as we develop how we see them perform, we can then provide to Mr. Nishina's point, what is that value to add a long-term PIM, and be able to say, we want to push ourselves in these metrics on these items. We will be able to identify, we're hoping to identify through the delivery of those actuals, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Does Hawaiian Electric envision reporting the megawatt hours of DERs utilized as part of any of these metrics?
We could calculate that. The current accomplishment surcharge annual report filed on March in the docket 2007-0341, we provide the date and the duration of that. Ooh, my lights turned off. Date and duration of that. So previously, actually, the current ANS, we only provide the date and times because the legacy demand response programs really doesn't have, it's a one-way system. So if I assume there's 8 megawatts, we're hoping 8 megawatts is being reduced. But with the GSPA, as mentioned earlier, we will have a little bit more information. How did it perform and whatnot? So that same chart will have a little bit more columns, and we could calculate a kWh out of that as well, Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr. Kawanami. Turning to the DER parties, Mr. Mold, in light of that clarification provided by Mr. Kawanami, do the DER parties believe that this level of detail provided on a monthly basis will add value to the development of a long-term successor point, a PIM, in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Katsu. I believe so. I believe that, understanding the, megawatts of utilized grid services, megawatts utilized for grid services would provide, good, better clarity about what we need going forward. But I guess I'll also point to, Mr. Rimshaw, if he wants to add anything.
I'm sorry, not at this moment. I got slightly distracted there.
I think one thing to point out, it's not really like a linear thing. It's kind of, it's going to be like in steps and changes, as the grid changes. And something I'd like to sort of point to in what Mr. Rimshaw was talking about before, this is really about setting a framework where DERs are going to be kind of utilized sort of all the time and kind of always on, that will allow us to sort of, and this is our BYOD level 3 sort of proposal that we have, where we're really envisioning this future where a DER is going to be providing a number of services. Some of them are going to be sort of always on and providing sort of volt watt type services to the grid, and others will be callable by a dispatch agent or by the utility or an aggregator. So so with that kind of innovation that needs to occur, I mean, we're always going to need to be looking at sort of new metrics and have with new visibility into the system to gauge that.
Thank you, Mr. Mold. I appreciate that. I'd like to ask the same question to the consumer advocate now, Mr. Nishina. In light of these proposed reporting metrics that Hawaiian Electric has made, does the consumer advocate believe that this level of detail provided on a monthly basis will add value to the development of a long-term successor PIM in this area?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Kaitsu. I was giving some thought to that, and I think the increased level of transparency and insight will be helpful in terms of designing a long-term PIM. One thing I would point out, though, it shouldn't be just the volume, and I guess I'm still trying to focus on outcome based, and I recall offering in the earlier phase of PBR that for a PIM, and maybe rather than focusing on a PIM, if there's a way to develop, say, a shared savings mechanism where as more resources, DER resources, are used cost effectively, that delivers cost savings to all customers, that could be a potential form of a mechanism to reward the company for effectively utilizing those resources to not only meet grid needs, but also do it in a more cost effective manner. But again, without that insight into, some of the details that I don't think we have right now, it would be hard to design such a PIM or a shared savings mechanism.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. All right, just a few follow-up questions now. I want to turn back to Hawaiian Electric, Mr. Kawanami. Earlier, we kind of had some dialogue about talking about the current interim grid services PIM and performance currently under it. And I believe I threw out the idea of, well, what if it was modified to incorporate sort of minimum thresholds for specific types of grid services. I'm wondering, based on Hawaiian Electric's experience to date with the interim grid services PIM, are there any other types of I guess, modifications to it that the companies think may help better achieve the outcomes of that PIM or might better serve customers?
That's a good question. Immediately, I do not have an answer to that. If there's a better way of driving this, because relying on these resources has a trifecta of challenge in so many words. The operational side that wants to use it, the customer side that is impacted by that, and then the planning side to be able to value it appropriately. So we do not want to over procure something that we don't need. But what is that over procurement level at? Those are always dynamic situations. So is there a better way for us to drive that? I think we can conscientiously think about that question to see if there is any way we can provide inputs to say, Commission, we understand our operational experience. Based on that, we believe that these things, the long term, not for the interim, Mr. Kaitsu, but for the long term, this is how we should see perhaps the utilization aspect of it. But it is a policy related questions. I hope I didn't. I'm going to ask if Mr. Bailey or Mr. Asano would want to chime in on top of what I provided.
Yeah, this is Brendan. Just a quick point. I mean, one of the reasons for the proposed extension to the end of next year, 2023, was to do exactly that, to give us better information, more operational data that would help us better inform any decision on modifying the PIM. So I would just make that point. Mark, I don't know if you have anything else.
No, I have nothing more to add. Thanks.
Note that I thought I saw Mr. Moriwaki's hand raised. Were you gonna make a request to the chair, Mr. Moriwaki?
If I may, in the moment, there was a comment I wanted to add.
In response to Mr. Kaitsu's question?
Yes, or the response to Mr. Kaitsu's question.
Okay, well, go ahead, please.
Well, I just wanted to flag that I've heard 2 times from 2 different witnesses this notion of procuring more DER capacity than we need. And I find that to be a little bit of a disconnect, given that we're facing critical shortfalls on 2 separate utilities. And that's all I wanted to flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. The last question I have is a follow-up. It was based on an exchange I had with Ms. Dankelmeyer. I don't see her present, so as I indicated earlier, Mr. Kowanami, I'll direct the question to you, and then we'll see if we can take it from there.
Mr. Kaitsu, I believe she's on the phone.
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, sorry about that, Ms. Dankelmeyer. I'd like to follow up with our earlier discussion about operational practices for DER dispatch. I believe you noted that you would revisit operational procedures once there are enough grid services from DERs to substantially alter dispatch. Can you clarify whether the amount needed to substantially alter dispatch is different from the minimum amount needed for the resource to be turned over to the operations team?
Yes. Basically, you know, if the resources available, the current grid services are available at something around 500, we still intend to put, you know, the DERMs in front of the operator and have the operators use the grid services, but it would more or less be treated similar to the fast DR, where it's, you know, going to be used basically when you want to use everything you have sort of situation where we're maybe lower margin, but at 500 kilowatts, it's not going to be large enough to change, for example, our instructions that we issue monthly on a unit commitment, or because it can't displace, you know, a larger generator. So size amount will matter in terms of changing some of the basic unit commitment order and how we manage starting and stopping the larger generators today.
Okay, thank you. And to follow up on that, how do you determine when or what amount of the grid at what point or what size the grid services become substantial enough to impact dispatch?
You know, it would also depend on the type of grid service being provided, but where it's a matter of like providing capacity or load reduction, it would be where it is large enough to operate in lieu of some other generating resource. And the smallest resource that we have right now, you know, on Hawaii or Maui would be like, for Hawaii is like 1 megawatt, 1.5 megawatts, or, you know, a couple to 3 megawatts. For Maui, you might run instead of a diesel. so that's kind of where you might get there, where it could be that you can avoid starting up a generating unit. But it also is going to depend on, you know, the unit commitment stack and where the demand falls. It may be that you still need to start a larger unit because like the load is coming in. So it would sort of also be time dependent. Sorry to go on. I can't see your face.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You referenced like an example with Maui. Could you ask what that level would be for, say, Oahu?
Actually, I probably should defer that question. I think Henry might be on, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what their size of units are that they have as their smallest units.
I can maybe weigh in a bit here. So
okay.
Just, you know, we do have the Schofield generating station that is pretty flexible and is, you know, used, you know, during the peak hours. But I think more broadly, maybe going back to something Mr. Nishina said earlier about longer term, we need to sort of look at the cost effectiveness. I think part of the discussion that Lisa was just having is sort of related to when we're procuring these GSP resources. One way to look at it is whether the cost of that grid service would, for example, be less than the marginal cost, you know, during those hours. So, to the extent that we could acquire the service, you know, less than the marginal cost, and that's probably an economical way to be able to use that resource. You know, in terms of if there was enough to, for example, the example that Ms. Dangelmeyer just used, to defer starting a unit.
Thank you, Mr. Asano. And with that, I have no further questions. So I just want to thank all of the panelists for their patience with my questions today. And as a consolation, you don't have to hear me speak for the rest of this hearing. Mr. Chair, I yield back to you.
Sure, you don't want to do closing?
No, I don't think I think I've used up all the good stuff here now, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. Now turn to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Santian.
Don't have any questions for this panel, Chair.
Thanks. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you. Mark was so thorough and he did such a great job. I have no questions for this panel. Thank you so much. Yield back to you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks. I do have some. And I guess the first one is Mr. For Yo. Can you confirm for us well, I want to start, the section in the final statement of position, and you started it in your summary, giving some of the history. And so that history includes the order that the commission issued in 2014, which actually your footnote has the date in here. For reference, tomorrow, that'll be 8 years. The 4 orders and the policy statement on demand response. So in the 8 year, since that, in 8 years, can you, this is Mr. Kawanami, can you summarize for us what additional new DR resources are available today? I think some part of it is on page 132. I just want to be clear on basically what's happened between today and 8 years ago. Net new additions to the utilities.
Thank you, Chair. So net new additions in that 8 years, we've added 5 megawatts of Maui fast DR commercial loads, mostly made out of generators and pumps. And then the GSPA, which Mr. Kaitsu summarized, it's about total number of grid services, about 1.9 megawatts after 2 years of pandemics. Chair.
So that was my understanding. 5 years of the additional 5 megawatts from the fast DR program, and then to date the 1.9 megawatts from the first GSPA. But
yes,
more in the pipeline, correct? And that I think that's what
correct.
we're trying to deal with here.
Sir. Yes.
So in that time frame, I think I want to turn over to Mr. Alberts and Mr. Bailey, because I think you've inherited responsibilities, oversight over this area now, correct? Mr. Alberts, you're chief operating officer. Mr. Bailey, you're a new VP taking over this area.
Correct.
Do I have that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So recognizing that you guys have inherited this, but if we look at that as the track record in 8 years, this is what we have. Over here, we're talking about utility performance. Do we see that as good performance or something we can improve on?
I can start, Jim. I think there's definitely room for improvement. I think we agree unanimously that we understand the importance of these resources. We understand that we need these resources to meet our grid needs. We understand the urgency, and I can say personally that it's going to be a focus for myself, my department, and the company to move these programs forward. But there's a lot of room for improvement.
Yes, this is Jim Alberts. I would agree, lots of room for improvement. And I think the approach that Yo has described now looking forward, I think we have an opportunity for improvement. The way that the parties are starting to come together with ideas on how to advance this make a lot of sense. But for me on the operations side, being able to translate that into things that are actionable for our operators to use is where it really has to happen. So I think just thinking through the whole process is where from end to end, from all the way from solicitation aggregation to being able to use the resource, is looking at that whole process is where we have to improve.
All right, so that's helpful. One, I want to thank you for acknowledging both your new responsibilities. I guess what partly has me scratching my head after the discussion this morning is the company's position currently is to extend the current incentive PIM for 12 more months and additional reporting in this area on utilization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but Mr. Kawanami said that incentive, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but he didn't see that as potentially affecting change or further action. So
I did not hear that. Maybe I misheard, but that's not what I heard Yo say.
Sorry, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you said, Yo, but I think when asked about extending the PIM or what would happen, I guess for me personally, I want to know what will help unlock, bringing more of these resources or the things under the utilities control that can help bring these resources and the next ones into the future online faster, so that, in 8 years from now, we're looking at seeing far more capacity online utilized, and we'll get to the need in a minute. So I defer to you guys. I mean, you guys know what will help incent change here. So I think we need to better understand what you think will help do that. But what I heard from the person in charge is he didn't leave me feeling like that's, if we leave this in place for the next 12 months, that will, bring about what we need. So I don't want to mischaracterize what you said, Yo, but I think help us understand here what other alternative, and this was the company's proposal as well. So I think help us understand what will bring about more action here.
Understood. Thank you, Chair. For all intended purpose, you did not mischaracterize. I did say that. And I said that because we live this every day, and my sense of urgency, like Mr. Bailey said, is high. I'm committed to getting this resource. I'm looking forward to getting out of that force majeure and working hand in hand with the aggregators and the DER parties and the various customers that are looking for opportunities. And my commitment has not wavered. And so the question towards, would that PIM change my mindset towards that? It does not, Chair, because I'm committed to this outcome. So that's how it came out the way where I'm not motivated, but that's, I apologize, Chair. That wasn't the intent of the message, that I was trying to show my commitment towards it. And it's my value of how I want to deliver this. So with that said, how are we going to get through this? The main message, Chair, is one normal year where we can get the customers going and coexist with a program like Battery Bonus and see what we can do is what we were looking for, and not necessarily trying to change at this very moment, Chair. I think is what we were asking for.
Okay, I think I'm understanding, and I want to be very clear, Yo. I feel your commitment. I think that's never been in question. I think partly what we have here is similar to what we're talking about with bringing resource online. There's another area that cuts across many parts of the company, and so really it's about coordinating all of those different silos to get the action that's necessary. And so, Mr. Alberts, you talked about looking at the end-to-end processes, and my understanding from I believe it was either Mr. Eisler or Mr. Viola yesterday said, you're working on more. Well, you're working on more of these teams to coordinate that action, particularly related to the AES question. So is that, you weren't on the panel, so now you're here. So if you could please explain further the work that you're doing at the executive level to coordinate across these different areas, both related to these grid services, but particularly focused on the retirement questions.
Sure, thank you for that. The example I will give here is AES. So the AES coal plant shut down September 1st. So we've formed a team across the whole company looking at all the options to make sure we can continue to provide cost-effective, reliable service for customers once that plant goes away. And that includes items like this. So any kind of demand response program, in fact, we have action items in the plan for our demand response team to look at alternative options. And that could be through things like third-party generators, as an example, bringing those on for emergencies, or expanding the battery bonus program. And it also includes, like you had mentioned, the whole process. So it includes reviewing how fast our renewal projects are coming on. What can we do to make that happen quicker? So we purposely put these groups together to talk about it from that end-to-end process perspective, to make sure we're ready and we're delivering.
Okay, and so in the course of that, you brought up the need for these resources, and I want to get to that on the track record of how they've been used actually on the events earlier this year. I guess help me understand how in those conversations, where can we unlock better action? That's what I'm trying, right? We're here to talk about potentially modifying performance incentives related to bringing these resources online. How can that complement the work going on at that executive level, coordinating among these teams as well? I mean, because we see the near-term need on at least 2 islands now to bring the resources that we have and ramp that up quickly. So I guess help me understand that, because I mean, again, what was proposed is a 1-year extension, additional reporting, but I'm not sure if that's the full complete solution. I think we need some better understanding of how that will translate through the executive team.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to explain that would be to use an example. So like on Maui for Kahului as an example, and with the issues on the Mitsubishi units. So in those meetings and discussions, we purposely talked about the need to expand the battery bonus program and grid services programs on Maui. So as we look at all those alternatives, all the levers that we have to be able to unlock that value, we're looking at all those options, including maintenance schedules, options for all the plants. What can we do to make sure they're going to continue to be reliable? So I think specific to this case, for the discussion we're having here on this panel, it comes down to just making sure everything is in those discussions, including grid services and all the potential they have to offer.
And I would say, I mean, based on what was filed in relation to Maui, we have seen it rise up in priority. I guess, how can we have more confidence that the execution will be there?
Well, the confidence that I have for our whole team, now that that we're focused and dedicated on this in an actionable way. So that's my responsibility from an operations perspective, to make sure we execute.
Okay. I want to touch on one other area and then one other question after that. So this is semi-related to Mr. Moriwaki's question or observation. If we go back to the conservation call on New Year's Eve, as well as some of the other near misses, I think, at least in the information briefing that Hawaiian Electric presented to us in a number of those other evenings, the existing DR resources were called on multiple times during that time period, as well as calls to other large customers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I feel like that's where there's a disconnect here, is that we're actually calling on them during these emergencies, while at the same time we're not seeing as much urgency backing Yo up to get, the support to bring the other resources that have been in the works for 8 years now. So how can we bring those in line? And certainly, I mean, related to, I think the value is there for all islands, but certainly the emergency level need is certainly there for two islands in the near term for at least several years going out into the future.
Yeah, I don't know any better way to describe this for you than probably to say the same thing again. I mean, we're committed to Yo, we're committed to the programs, we're committed to the purpose. We know we need the diversity of these resources, and as a company as a whole, we're dedicated to growing these resources.
Okay, and I think maybe that'll bring my last question, because I've heard the word committed. It's in the writing here. Page 139, item F, companies are committed to transparency, but I actually didn't see any commitments in here, or maybe I'm understanding that differently. But what the proposal is to extend the current PIM for a year and do additional reporting. So I guess I just offer that as as the companies go back, you have new leadership overseeing this area, you think about what could help unlock some of this value and give the commission more comfort that we'll see more action. Or I guess, or am I reading that wrong? That I know there's urgency to do it, but I haven't read an actual commitment in here other than more reporting. Is that accurate?
Well, I don't think the deferral here means lack of effort and lack of doing anything. It just means time to study the value of these programs, but continue to grow them at the same time. Now, your point is well taken. So we will go back and look at other opportunities to advance the programs that Yo is working on, but I don't want you to go away thinking that there's a lack of effort or a lack of caring about advancing this for the state, because we are.
Just to be, I'm not sure that's not how I was thinking about it.
Okay.
I think really what was concerning to me was that the primary proposal here, your own main staff person wasn't sure how effective it was going to be. And I think we're just trying to enact change here and on a time scale that will address the concerns that we have. And so I think that's really the basis. And so if that was either, well, Yo said that was not a mischaracterization, but just you can reflect on that. And I think in subsequent filings, think about what will translate into more action. I think we may have more confidence.
Yeah, and I don't want to put words into Yo's mouth because he knows what's in his head. But when I heard him say that, just knowing Yo personally, the incentive may not persuade him, but I don't think I know what he's saying is that's not going to lessen the amount of effort that I put into this. So I think I heard him say,
sorry, go ahead, Jim.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
I don't think anyone was concerned about his level of effort on this. I think I get it's a court. I mean, you got to coordinate among many different teams to deliver what's needed from end to end. And I think that's having more insight into what will make that happen more quickly. I think, that's been a theme across some of these different areas of concern. So I think those are all my questions. Go ahead.
No, point taken. And I would just wrap up here by saying back to my initial statement about end-to-end process. So it's all of us. We all have to work together to make this process work because each of us has part of it. So I think the continued commitment to work together and collaborate, and we all come to a consensus on what are those actionable things we can advance quickly, will help a lot.
Okay, thanks. I just had one follow-up question, I think, for Mr. Rimshaw.
Hi, Chair.
Hi. In Mr. Kaitsu's questions, you talked about having clarity on the function. I think I have this right. The functional integration plan, or at least some, from the industry side, well, I guess help clarify what you meant there, or if I misstated that.
So I think it goes back to the intent of the near-term penalty is to ensure a successful program launch and ensure a successful program launch. And that having the capabilities by a certain deadline is obviously crucial. I think our original statement of position and the different, I think now the parties have filed DER docket proposals. There can be some refinement on what has been proposed so far to provide some additional clarity there, Chair. But I think it's really, from my perspective, this is the California aggregator model that we're needing to incorporate for BYOD and the functional response required for inverters in California. So that aggregator model includes an aggregator, or it includes direct to inverter, or it includes a gateway, which was it what Yo had brought up. So I mean, there's some clear pathway to enable DER aggregation within BYOD in order to have a successful program. And for me, that's the most critical path beyond having an outcome to the DER docket as a whole, and whatever processes that entails follow through. This further need for how do you operationalize these programs in a short amount of time so we can have a successful launch.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And then I guess my last, and this is really just an ask, if we can have Mr. Mold and I guess Mr. Alberts. Right. I mean, what I read now, there's a difference between what the DER, right? Actually, I'd say there's fairly fundamental difference between what the DER parties are proposing, more clarity on timelines and penalties for not meeting it. Obviously, Hawaiian Electric is averse to the penalties. They're trying to get these functions integrated into the company, ramp up the programs. But what I see, I guess what I want to ask is, can these two parties come together and see if there's further convergence on a proposal to the commission that will particularly unlock the near-term value? I think that's what we've been asking for in the beginning. There's a renewed urgency. Well, it's not renewed for us. There's an urgency related to the plant retirements and the generation shortages on 2 islands. And so please help us be effective for everyone in making that successful. That's my ask. Because we want to encourage action, and Mr. Alberts, to your point, we want to do it in a way that all of you folks need to work together to be successful and not be working at odds. Is that
we'll commit to that.
Okay, thank you.
We can commit to that. Absolutely. We will, continue to, we'll double down and continue to work with, we collaborate with parties and the utility to shape programs that are going to get us to our future, sooner rather than later, in the most efficient way possible to meet grid needs and to meet our system needs.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that means we're going to have to triple down then.
That's all I have. I want to thank everyone on the panel. Thank you for the discussion. Appreciate your willingness to engage in this. And with that, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start up the closing remarks. Just as a reminder, up to 10 minutes per party. The order that we're going to go in is Hawaiian Electric, Consumer Advocate, Ulupono, Blue Planet, DER parties, Life of the Land. I'm assuming the counties, we're not going to have any representation, but they're the next two. So thank you all. Let's reassemble at 2:15. Thank you. We'll start up in just about a minute. For Hawaiian Electric, who will be going.
Good afternoon, Chair. Mr. Viola will be presenting the closing remarks on behalf of the companies. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Mr. Viola, are you ready?
Does it matter? Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, it does. It does matter.
I'm
it's
ready.
2:15.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, we'll bring hearing back to order. And as I said, we're going to begin with the closing remarks, starting first with Hawaiian Electric, and Mr. Viola will be speaking. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Griffin, commissioners, commission staff, and parties. I want to begin by acknowledging that the areas of concern identified by the commission are legitimate and important areas for review. Reliability, retirement of fossil fuel generation, interconnection of large-scale renewable projects, cost control and utilization of grid services are matters critical to our customers, our community, and our common goals. Much of what we're trying to accomplish together is historic, it's novel, it's complex, and it requires a careful balancing of interests. We all have roles and responsibilities that are necessary to successfully achieve our priority outcomes. As I believe the chair noted yesterday, we're aligned on direction. That's no small feat. Not every jurisdiction has accomplished that. But our views sometimes differ on the best path to get us where we all agree we need to go. It's not necessarily a bad thing. No one can claim to have all the answers about the future, especially when we're heading into uncharted territories. So robust civil debate is wise and warranted, and indeed the Hawaiian Electric Companies welcome it. As I noted earlier, the outcomes we need to achieve to require a careful balancing of interests. This is no easy task for the commission. Hawaiian Electric Company and the parties have offered their perspectives in their proposals. Now the commission has to make some calls. With the limited time I have today, we'd like to humbly offer some guidance and some considerations for the commission as it deliberates. First, it's always important to keep the big picture in mind. We're examining if and how the PBR framework might be modified to address the areas of concern. This specific decision must be informed by the three guiding principles established by the Commission in phase 1 of this proceeding. That is, PBR should strive to be customer-centric, administratively efficient, and promote the financial integrity of the utility. We spent time in this hearing discussing customer-centric perspectives and administrative efficiency concerns. The third guiding principle on utility financial integrity deserves equal consideration. The Commission has stated that PBR is intended to be a win-win for customers and the companies. As we've noted in our response to PUC parties IR16, following the phase 2 decision in order, rating agencies describe the new PBR framework as credit supportive because it balances the interests of various stakeholders, including customers and the companies, while allowing the state to achieve its renewable energy objectives. The financial community observed that the new framework improved the regulatory environment, noting that any potential upside from the new performance incentive mechanisms would provide further support to credit metrics. Rating agencies also viewed as positive that most of the new PIMs have upside rewards only and penalties are limited. Indeed, following the decision in order in phase 2, Hawaiian Electric did receive credit rating upgrades. But in assessing the positive impacts of the PBR framework, the rating agencies also cautioned that as modifications are made to the framework, credit ratings could be lowered by adverse regulatory outcomes, deterioration in the regulatory relationship, or in the inability of the companies to earn adequate and timely recovery and return on investments. As we also noted in that IR response, the rating agencies, as well as the equity analysts, continue to monitor developments in this proceeding, as well as the company's financial performance under the PBR framework. Modifications of the framework in this phase will impact external evaluations of the expected financial integrity of the companies going forward. Utilities' financial integrity is essential to achieve the outcomes we all need and desire, so care should certainly be given not to lose the progress we've made in that regard. Previously in this proceeding, the Commission stated that PIMs play a critical role in the PBR framework as they represent additional opportunities for the companies to earn revenues and improve their financial condition. And they are intended to act as in a complementary fashion by balancing the cost control incentives delivered through the ARA with opportunities to earn significant financial rewards for exemplary performance. Also, acknowledging a general consensus that the PBR PIM should ultimately offer approximately up to 200 basis points of potential earnings. The Commission indicated the initial PIM reward was conservative in order to leave room on the table for future PIM rewards establishment. As the companies have discussed in Section 10 of their final statement of position, the available PIM rewards still remain conservative, with an estimated maximum potential of below 60 basis points going through the year 2023. Thus, in making a determination in this current phase, we respectfully ask that the Commission maintain an appropriate balance of risk and reward. The staff proposal suggested adding up to 8 new penalties to the framework. While the proposals do contain some upside as well, we believe it is critically important to maintain the balance, and also that this is an opportunity for the Commission to take a significant step towards fulfilling the expectation that more upside potential is available for exemplary performance. A few final considerations to offer for your decision making, very humbly stated. First, some basic tenets of what we might call the PBR compact are relevant and important to addressing the identified areas of concern. One is the premise that as a preliminary matter, great care should be taken to identify the desired outcomes and how those will be measured and in what time frame. After that, the Commission has noted that PBR is intended to promote and provide flexibility in how those outcomes are achieved. This is a critically important feature, even more so in very dynamic and unprecedented times we live in. Maximum reasonable flexibility should be maintained going forward. Second, PBR should improve stability and predictability in the regulatory environment. While changing circumstances can justify revisiting performance of some elements of the framework, it's important to remember and consider that dramatic or too frequent changes can seriously undermine the objectives of PBR. The new PBR framework has been in effect for less than 1 year. The framework is intended to produce results over time. So it is important to seriously evaluate whether time should be allowed to produce outcomes that the existing framework was specifically designed to produce. In other words, there should be reluctance, at least, to declare a score before the final at-bat. Lastly, one note about process. I think we can all be proud of the exemplary level of collaboration demonstrated by all the parties since the beginning of this proceeding, and which has continued throughout this current phase. I think it's been a model process. The Commission again encouraged the parties to collaborate on solutions in this phase. There are actually a significant number of concepts and proposals that many of the parties have agreed upon. We believe those areas of consensus arrived at after significant party engagement should be given great weight in the Commission's decision-making in this phase of the proceeding. On behalf of the Hawaiian Electric Companies, thank you for the opportunity to provide a closing statement. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Viola. Next is the consumer advocate.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff, other members of this proceeding. As opening comments to my closing remarks, I'd like to offer, our appreciation for the Commission's attention to these areas of concerns. As noted by Mr. Viola, these are valid areas of concerns, and they definitely deserve the attention that they've been receiving. In looking to address these areas of concerns, the consumer advocate urges the Commission to consider not only the desired impacts of the service on the service to customers, but also the potential impacts on all customers' bills, consistent with the guiding principle of customer-centric approach. The consumer advocate also appreciates the Commission's thoughtful approach to addressing these areas of concerns and respectfully requests the Commission to consider the consumer advocate's observations and recommendations in weighing the many recommendations that have been offered by the parties in this proceeding. Now, turning specifically to some of the areas of concern, for the reliability performance incentive mechanism, We have raised the need to consider not only T&D metrics, but also generation metrics and the customer experience to measure reliability in prior proceedings, and so we really appreciate the Commission's attention to this matter. As noted in the questioning by Chair Griffin, there needs to be accountability, especially as it relates to customer service, and that accountability should not be limited to just day-to-day reliability issues, but also include major events and the company's response to such events. In accordance with that discussion, the notion of resiliency was raised, and the consumer advocate encourages the Commission to consider the need to separately measure the company's performance in both the reliability and resiliency area, which is one of the reasons that the consumer advocate had encouraged further attention to resiliency metrics in this proceeding. The consumer advocate recommends that a separate generation-focused PIM should be established instead of a mixed T&D and generation PIM, and that the PIM should not incorporate a reward. Instead, the PIM should continue to be penalty only if the companies do not meet a minimal threshold, as rewards for costly higher levels of reliability is of questionable value to customers. As it relates to the timely retirement of fossil fuel generation performance incentive mechanism, the consumer advocate continues to urge caution about adopting a mechanism to encourage early retirement of a generating asset. Unless adequate resources are available and operating as expected, there could be adverse impacts on consumers and create the need to pay higher than reasonable costs to address undesirable capacity issues caused by early retirement. The consumer advocate supports the need for greater clarity about the objectives, definition of retirement, and regulatory treatment as it relates to the early retirement of generating units. The consumer advocate also believes that incentive mechanisms could be used to encourage the timely retirement of generating units so that customers are not required to compensate the companies for assets that are not used and useful, and avoid situations where fossil fuel units are operated beyond when they are needed. For the proposed incentive mechanisms to encourage the timely interconnection of utility scale projects, the consumer advocate shares this underlying concern and has raised it in earlier phases of this proceeding. But the consumer advocate does not believe adopting an incentive mechanism at this time would be in the consumer's interest. Even though the Commission's proposed mechanisms are penalty only, the consumer advocate is concerned with the possibility of gaming that could occur to avoid the penalties, and such gaming could actually result in adverse impacts on consumers, such as the delayed operational date of those units, which would potentially delay benefits to consumers as well as adversely affect the ability to meet the RPS. It has been pointed out that certain non-PIM measures have been taken, and additional non-PIM measures could be taken to address this area of concern. Thus, the consumer advocate urges the Commission to consider requiring the companies to quickly take reasonable non-PIM measures to address this area of concern. Then, after such non-PIM measures have been taken and sufficient experience is available to measure the efficacy of those measures, we can revisit the need for incentive mechanisms to address this area of concern if such measures are required. For the conjunctive shared savings mechanism, the consumer advocate supports the intent to encourage the utilities to lower rates to consumers. The consumer advocate's concerns relates to whether the proposed mechanisms will result in actual reductions in customers' rates and bills, or result in situations where rates will increase and customers will see an even greater increase because customers will be expected to provide a reward to the companies for this supposed rate reduction. In looking at the calculated impacts, if the mechanism was in place, the Commission should consider whether rates actually decrease in the years where the company suggests that they would have earned a reward. It is troubling that consumers may be asked to pay a reward even though the rates did not decrease. Consistent with the notion of establishing incentive mechanisms over which the companies can control, if the companies are asserting that they have no control over market prices and what type of EPRM eligible projects may be pursued, and the costs associated with such projects, further thought should be given to whether such rewards through a mechanism that targets those areas that are not under companies' control is reasonable. Thus, the consumer advocate urges the Commission to stay true to the intent of an incentive mechanism that results in rewards to the companies only when rates to consumers go down in fact and not on a theoretical basis. A ratchet feature would be consistent with that intent. For the proposed incentive mechanism to encourage the use of grid services, the consumer advocate again urges the Commission to ensure that the companies are taking measures to effectively use all available resources, which includes utility scale, distributed systems, and all other resources. If any of those resources are not being used effectively, then consumers are being asked to pay for capacity grid services or other functionality that is not cost effective, which means that consumers' rates are higher than they need to be. The consumer advocate is concerned with the possibility that imposing a penalty on one program that is not considering the consistent application across all other resources could unintentionally create winners and losers. Similar to other areas of concern, the consumer advocate questions whether adequate efforts have been taken to measure the effective use of these resources. While there have been some resistance to a more robust system of metrics, the consumer advocate continues to stress that without sufficient information to measure performance and develop appropriate targets, the ability to establish incentive mechanisms is impaired. Finally, in closing, the consumer advocate appreciates the ability to be a part of this proceeding and to engage in discussion with the Commission and other parties regarding these areas of concerns. There have been proposals that may either make it easier for the companies to earn rewards and/or may dilute the accountability. The consumer advocate again respectfully requests the Commission to not lose sight of the impact on consumers and customers should not be required to compensate the companies for estimated or theoretical benefits. And the Commission should require the delivery of verifiable benefits to all customers to support any rewards. And where warranted, penalties should be imposed if the companies are not meeting minimal expectations. Mahalo for this opportunity to offer these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Next up is Ulupono Initiative.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and really everyone that's collaborated to this point to try to get to the right answer. I know we've worked pretty well together, as many said, trying to find that answer together, and appreciate the many views that we've heard today. I'll use my time in closing remarks to briefly summarize the points that I've made throughout the last couple of days, and also a few other comments that occurred to me as I've listened to some of the questions and answers that have gone back and forth. Next slide. And next slide, please. So as we mentioned, we do recommend modifying the SAIDI and SAIFI metrics to be inclusive of generation outages. We are okay with supporting weighting the SAIDI more, but not 3.5 times as much as SAIFI as the companies propose. That just seems too extreme and greater than the examples provided. We do think a stronger RPSA would address this area of concern because one of the main reasons we're seeing for reliability issues is the delayed addition of renewable resources. So that is closely related, even though it seems to be potentially tangential at first examination. Disaggregated reliability data is available for T&D and generation, or could be made available. And customers are completely indifferent to the source of the outage. So we do support having a combined T&D and generation outage SAIDI and SAIFI metrics. See really no reason to not combine those two. Next slide. And next slide. So fossil fuel retirements, we definitely agree this is important, but looking at the amount of work that would be required to do a good job of this, it feels like right now the risk would probably outweigh the anticipated gain, especially if we do have a stronger modified RPSA. If the PIM is pursued, there's no really way around it. We'd have to do some really good work, probably take about a year of modeling to figure out target retirement dates that we can believe in that actually make sense, and have those as outputs of careful modeling. The rewards and penalties will need to be relatively modest to avoid unintended consequences and interference with other areas of concern, as we've all discussed in this proceeding so far. We do believe that decommissioning or mothballing should count as retirement if plant additions and investments can't be made without further commission review and approval. Conditional target dates that are based solely on the conditions at the time of retirement provide no incentive to expeditiously achieve those conditions. So actual retirement, yes, should be based on conditions at the time. Target retirement should be based on a pathway of reasonable additions to get to where you need to for those conditions. Regulatory accounting will need to be cleared up, especially on recovery of plant additions related to plants that are near retirement, and we've made some suggestions on that front. We do believe a stronger modified RPSA will address many of the concerns raised in this AOC, together with a possible new interconnection PIM, which will also provide incentives to accelerate renewables, and the CSSM, which would provide further incentives to reduce fuel costs, all of which will put pressure to retire fossil fuel plants. Next slide, please. And next slide. So we're pretty brief on this one. We do think that this is the one that's most closely aligned. This area of concern is most closely aligned with the idea behind strengthening the RPSA. They're very closely related, and the benefit cost analysis shows that benefits are far in excess of costs for this particular PIM. And interestingly, the staff's modified proposal, which also leverages that $20 per megawatt hour amount, the maximum reward on that, if you recall, is 15% each for the utility and the developer, so a total of 30%. 30% of $20 would be $6. $6 added to 20, of course, is 26. So even if you had the same kilowatt hour or the same megawatt hour getting both PIMs, that's $26 versus a benefit over cost of $156. So paying $26 out of the $156 of excess benefits still seems to be a very good deal. Next slide, please. And next slide. We made comments about how we've really warmed up to the idea of the CSSM. It is partially duplicative of some of the other things that are out there, particularly the RPSA and the per RFP shared savings mechanisms, but especially the EPRM and MPIR coverage is particularly attractive. We've made the point with the spreadsheet that we shared previously that you could weaken but not eliminate the capital or investment bias, as we showed in our IR response. Adjustments for inflation should use contracted escalation rates when available, or potentially the lower of inflation and contracted escalation. We are supportive of an upside-only PIM because we want to be able to include the EPRM. If you include the EPRM, you can weaken that capital or investment bias. Can't eliminate it, but you can weaken it. If you want to have a downside, a penalty PIM associated with this, you really have to pull the EPRM out, and then you lose the ability to weaken that bias towards return-based projects. Next slide, please. Oh, and the one point that I failed to make on that last slide, I saw it just as we changed. If there was some discussion of having a ratchet on the CSSM, if that was to be put in place, you would have to normalize fuel prices across the entire range of years that you consider, not just years in pairs, the way it sounds like it's presently structured. On grid services, I really appreciate the discussion we had at the end on this topic. Ulupono does think grid services are very important. We think they're an important part of our future grid needs. We just feel like right now there's so little on the system. We need to focus on getting more on the system. We think that with strong incentives to increase renewables, decrease interconnection times, to potentially retire fossil fuel plants more quickly, to cut fuel prices, all while maintaining higher or good reliability, we really think the companies will be really forced, and we understand there's a commitment to go forward quickly, but there's going to be few options other than grid services and adding more renewable-based grid services to make all those incentives work together. So we think that they're going to have to go here anyway, and really want to focus on getting more volume, more services into the hopper. If you will, it feels like, we know grid services are valuable. It kind of feels like water. And it feels like in terms of grid services, if grid services are water, we're standing out in the desert with a thimble full of water and we're debating utilization. Well, utilization of a thimble of water is somewhat interesting, but it'd be a lot more interesting to get a lot more water. And so that's our focus on that side. And while we support extending the current incentive for another year to try to get more water and not just debate utilization. And also on the utilization conversation that we had, there was such a heavy conversation about utilization. I felt like we kind of got away from the fact that I think we all recognize that things like fast frequency response are valued based on availability, not utilization. And if you'll forgive another analogy, I think of things like fast frequency response as fire extinguishers. You don't value fire extinguishers based on utilization. If you did, then the fire extinguishers we have in this building that we haven't used in 11 years would have no value. They do have value because they're available. So we don't want to make everything based on utilization, even though utilization is important. as we discussed whether or not grid services were a good value for the customer, there was discuss about whether they're worth more than the cost that's being paid for them. And I know there's been some work in the past on value of service and so forth. But as one potential metric that might help us understand the value behind grid services, it would seem in most cases the alternative to having grid services is probably more spinning reserves. So I don't know if there's some possibility of having a simple metric, kind of off-peak and on-peak cost of marginal spinning reserves. If I don't have 10 megawatts of fast frequency response during to the 5 to 9 peak, then I probably need something like 10 megawatts of spinning reserves, and we can calculate what that costs. You can probably even figure out which unit it would be coming from. So something like that to give us a cost metric to look at that isn't overly complex could be interesting as well in looking at the value of grid services. But again, our focus is on adding more quickly and then getting really serious, or simultaneously getting very serious about utilization as well. I believe that's my last slide. Doug, can you confirm? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Next up is Blue Planet.
Thank you, Chair Griffin, commissioners, commission staff, and parties. First off, I want to thank the commission for its leadership, bringing us this far in this proceeding, which is a landmark proceeding that's being watched across the nation, so everyone knows. Just gave a presentation for the Connecticut PUC along with Commissioner Potter, and people are taking lessons learned away from us, positive mostly. And so thank you for the commission for that leadership, bringing us this far and continue to see us through in this phase. From the discussion today, it's clear that we've completely moved from the goal setting or mandate enacting phase of our clean energy movement to the execution stage. And that's what's brought us here today and in this phase of this proceeding. And it's what's calling for further improvements to our incentive regulation to respond to these critical and emergency needs. I just wanted to highlight the concept of kuleana, or obligation and responsibility, which is actually paired with privilege in the Hawaiian concept. And it starts with our responsibility and obligation to customers, of course, and the grid. And it's a challenge, as this discussion has highlighted. But I also wanted to highlight our kuleana even beyond Hawaii, in mentioning how the whole nation is watching. And Hawaii, we like to say that we're a model in terms of clean energy, 100% RPS and whatnot. And I feel, though, the question is still out there. It's an open question. What kind of model are we going to be? And some of you may have seen that article in Canary Media about people watching this transition from the AES closure. And what kind of message are we going to be sending in terms of the transition from coal to renewables? So hoping for the best, and we're planning for the best here. And along those lines, I want to thank Chair Griffin specifically, because I completely lost track of time during COVID, but it was sometime a couple years ago where he sounded the alarm. There's this train coming down the track. And here we are. And thank you, Chair Griffin, also for mentioning the inclinations, the 8th year anniversary. I remember that day because it's actually my birthday. Thank you very much. Tomorrow. And then I made the connection that it's been 8 years from the inclinations, and the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, tells us we have 8 years. That's pretty damn sobering. And so again, what kind of model are we going to be? That's the question. And then the takeaway is that we got work to do. So very briefly on Blue Planet's positions, and this pretty much will sum up our final briefing. On grid reliability, adopt a generation reliability backstop PIM based on industry outage metrics That's penalty only. Untimely retirement, map out a path, fossil fuel plant retirement, including incentives via an allocation of costs and risks. Put the companies on notice that after a certain date, they may or will not be eligible for recovery for certain costs, as the commission may designate. For example, they might not be eligible or will not be eligible for full pass-through of fossil fuel costs. On utility scale interconnection, establish a PIM along the lines of the modified proposal in the PUC parties IR number 10, particularly, sorry, I'm trying to read my written notes here, my scroll, particularly an incentive tied to timely IRS completion. Cost control, combine a CSSM with an updated and improved regulatory set of guidelines for EPRM, fully integrating EPRM in the PBR regime. Adopt a fossil fuel reduction incentive, and at least start tracking fossil fuel intensity. Again, we got 8 years, and 8 years from now, looking back, I want to say that we put everything out there we could. And speaking of which, increase fossil fuel cost sharing to 5% for the utility, 5% sharing. And on the DER incentives, support building block type of incentives to motivate the utility integration of DERs, as the DER parties have proposed, and not incentives toward remedying a particular problematic program. Thank you again, Chair, Commissioners, everybody, for this opportunity to collaborate with you and engage in this very important issue that's making history on a continuous basis. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Next are the DER parties.
Thanks, Chair Griffin. I'm going to pass the baton to Baron Arjit Singer.
Thank you, Rocky. Thank you, Chair Griffin, and commissioners, staff, and the parties. The DER parties appreciate the opportunity to share our positions and to participate in these discussions, and we offer these closing remarks for this hearing. There's an unequivocal and urgent need for DERs to be integrated as system resources. This is clearly evidenced by recent developments of the Emergency Demand Response Program, or the Scheduled Dispatch Programs on Oahu, and more recently, the proposed SDP program for Maui. This is further evidenced by the fact that customers continue to favor DERs and will continue to adopt them to drive bill savings, enhance resiliency, contribute to a cleaner environment, myriad other reasons. The grid services PIMs are fundamentally aimed at incentivizing the companies to develop the capabilities that are needed to leverage these resources, not only under these existing program structures, but also over the long term to innovate and to seek out new opportunities to optimize these resources within their system operations as they continue to come online through customer adoption. We've heard from the companies a desire to have DERs be fully dispatchable, like utility scale resources, that the companies understand the urgent need for DERs, along with other more aspirational statements. But it is one thing to state a desire for certain outcomes, and yet another matter, though, to actually deliver on those aspirations. The company's track record on innovation and integrating DERs is evidence that additional incentives are needed to spur the companies to act on these matters with the urgency that is required. So it's appropriate for PIM designs to challenge the companies to break out of the status quo to meet these goals. And it's appropriate to design these PIMs in a way that challenges them when maybe not all of the information is available right now. As such, the company's proposal to extend the current interim PIM for 12 months doesn't address this need to advance these core capabilities to effectively utilize DERs, nor does it provide an incentive for further innovation. Extending the interim PIM to reward the companies for customer enrollment doesn't incentivize it to take the steps to actually implement these new capabilities or to continue to innovate. So along these lines, we just respectfully submit that it's a false choice to decide between extending the current interim PIM and reporting on additional metrics versus building out these core capabilities and to utilize DERs under existing programs and actively seeking to implement new measures, innovative measures to refine the existing programs and develop other programs to continue to integrate DERs over time. This development of these capabilities and this innovation doesn't have to occur in a linear fashion. This wait and see sort of approach really needs to change to something more of a, if you build it, they will come approach. Additional reported metrics should be part of a long-term grid services PIM, but it's not necessary or appropriate to wait for all of this information to be in place right now to actually develop and implement these PIMs. PIMs can challenge the companies to innovate. The variability in fuel prices, the limited alternatives to current fuel sources discussed here today, the development of the emergency dispatch programs to meet capacity shortfalls, continued customer adoption of DERs, public policy goals around transitioning to clean energy, advancing customer affordability, and others all underscore the urgent need to leverage DERs as part of an alternative resource base to meet these goals. This in turn highlights the need for innovation by the companies and their capabilities to integrate these resources into system planning and effectively utilize them as meaningful system resources. Commissions provided strong leadership, guiding the development of these programs to provide grid services. Most recently through the SDP program and with the pending BYOD program to be coming out in conjunction with the GSPA programs that are currently in place. Much of how quickly these programs can deliver on their potential, though, lies with the companies. And this proceeding, and the grid services PIMs in particular, are a key next step in tying the utilities' financial incentives to achieving that potential in a timely manner. So in conclusion, DER parties respectfully urge the Commission to establish the near-term penalties to motivate near-term actions to ensure the BYOD program is operational by next summer and that the BYOD and GSPA can realize their potential. And two, to direct further development of the long-term grid services PIM to take effect by January 1st in order to continue to incentivize the companies to deliver these grid services and continue to innovate around how to best optimize the vast potential for DERs to operate as meaningful grid resources to achieve the public policy goals that have been established for Hawaii. So thank you, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and the parties. This concludes our closing statement.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, you're up. Life of the Land.
Thank you, Chair Griffin, Commissioners Potter and Asuncion, PUC Council Kayatsu, PUC staff, and parties. As Chair Griffin noted, tomorrow is the anniversary, the 8-year anniversary of Inclinations, which stated, quote, with new incentive mechanisms that better align utility performance with customer interests and public policy, a financially healthy utility can be synonymous with achieving Hawaii's clean energy future, unquote. These panel discussions have been really interesting and very intense. Life for Land looks forward to continued dialogue on PBR and PIMS that moves us forward on renewable energy, reliability, resilience, promoting community interests, focusing on environmental justice, and decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. Mahalo for this opportunity to present our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. With that brings us to our close. I first want to thank our staff. I think all of you know the tremendous amount of work that goes into this, but again and again, they go above and beyond. So they're the ones behind the scenes. And so to everyone that has helped us get to this point, I want to thank you. And I want to thank all of you as well. Again, you've done tremendous work in the time we've issued the order initiating this phase, comments on the staff report, as well as the proposal you put together. I appreciate all the dialogue that we've had, and my colleagues and I will take all this in and do the best we can to move things forward. And with that, this concludes the commission's panel hearing scheduled for this phase. As set forth in the pre-hearing conference order, we'll notify the parties by letter how to access the recording. Post-hearing briefings due according to schedule set forth in the pre-hearing conference order. Each post-hearing brief is limited to 30 pages, excluding exhibits. Information on how to cite the hearing recording is provided in the pre-hearing conference order. And with that, thank you all for your participation, and we stand adjourned. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.